Dear colleagues and distinguished guests, it is a great honor to welcome you today at Vilnius University to the international conference, The Philosophy of War, Philosophy at War. I would like to express our gratitude to the Faculty of Philosophy for organizing this international intellectual gathering, and to all the participants who have come to share their thoughts and above all their lived experience of a time that has changed our world so profoundly. We meet here in the magnificent Aula Parva of Vilnius University, a venue for many important and symbolic events and celebrations of our academic community, a place where the exchange of ideas and dialogue have been happening for centuries, a little temple for the explorers of truth. Today, this space once again becomes a forum where thought confronts reality, a reality marked by the ongoing Russian aggression against Ukraine. The horror of war is obvious. It takes lives, brings destruction, and deprives millions of people of the chance to live in normality for many years. Yet at the same time, war compels us to rethink our understanding of freedom and responsibility, and I am certain that this conference will help to sharpen that understanding. It is a university, perhaps more than any other institution, that is called to help us understand this transformation. It is here that we must examine how war affects not only international relations or economy, but also our thinking and culture. It is here that we can ask how language, memory, and truth become weapons of resistance, and how reflection can be an act of solidarity. Ukraine is today fighting heroically for its own freedom, but also, let us be clear, for ours as well. Its struggle reminds us that the values we teach in universities are not abstract. In that sense, this conference is more than an academic event. It brings together those who believe that philosophy is not a retreat from life, but a way of standing within it, fully, responsibly, and with open eyes. Let this day at Vilnius University be a reminder that the pursuit of truth and understanding is also a form of resistance, that reflection, dialogue, and empathy are not powerless. They are precisely what keep our humanity alive. I wish all participants fruitful discussions and inspiring encounters. May your words today echo beyond this hall as part of a broader effort to understand, to remember, and to stand with those who fight for freedom. Slava Ukraini!
My warmest greetings to the leadership of the university, to the organizers, to all of you participants, to you attendees. As my ambassador, Olga Nikitchenko is attending another event in the Ukrainian Center with the participation of the First Ladies of Lithuania and Austria. So I'm here as a deputy ambassador, and it's really my pleasure and honor to be with you in this aula, in this special place, which is Vilnius University. So many thanks for inviting us, the embassy. Unlike you, I'm not a professional in this field, and I will be speaking mostly as a citizen of a country at war. I was told I have 5 to 10 minutes. So if I tire you, just tell me to stop. I will. This conference, I consider it important for at least 2 reasons. The first one is it's about our unity, our common unity, because this war, Russia's war, not only of Putin, Russia's war is a common challenge. It's a war against Ukraine, against all democracies, and you have here in Poland, in Lithuania, what we call hybrid war. But your politicians, they say you have to be ready for a conventional war. So it's you are not living more in true peacetime. It's a common challenge. Putin, war criminal, is Russia as a state aggressor, our common enemy, and our victory will be our common victory. So that's why everything we organize, we hold as events aimed at getting closer. This war. What we want peace, but not just a peace, lastful peace, just peace, and that's why our aim is to make so this war is over, but in just way for Ukraine. Another reason why this conference is important, as I see it, it's a manifestation of our Ukrainian solidarity to your countries, to your nations. Why solidarity? Because we, not thanks to this war, but because of this war, we have Ukrainians. We have an experience you don't have here. In many experience, different kinds of experience. And we, as a sign of our gratitude, as a sign for your unique support, your country's unique support, your multifaceted assistance, we are ready to share with you our experience, not only in our technologies, our war experience, but experience we have as common people, experience as we have as a country, as a state. And this experience might be of interest to philosophy, as I call it. I repeat, I'm not a professional philosophy, modern living and practical philosophy, reflected in the title of this event. What kind of experience? To study, to share, experience over, let's say, over the proper functioning of state institutions. So they have adapted, and everything continues to work despite new realities brought by war. It's also the experience of resistance and struggle, experience of faith in victory, faith that existed from the very beginning of the war. And you remember Russia intended to occupy Ukraine in 3 days, and Ukrainians, to put it mildly, disagree. And where did we find this strength? What has helped the Ukrainian people transform into the Ukrainian nation? So during this time of war, I think it may also be a subject for research. So we have in Ukraine both national experience and individual one. Individual experience, let's say, experience of living in wartime. Every Ukrainian now has her own philosophy of life, philosophy of struggle, of overcoming pain, of faith in themselves, in others. It's an experience of a wife whose husband was killed, who continues to raise their children and explain to them for whom and for what their father gave his life. It's experience of someone working in a grocery store at 10 kilometers from the front line because people still need food. So they decided to remain there, to work, in this. It's experience of even of children born after 2014 when the war started. So their experience as for studying in the underground schools, their experience, these children wear their child-sized bulletproof vests. We can speak about a volunteer who knows what soldiers need at the front line and urge others to join in fundraising campaigns. An elderly person who, despite their illness, their problems, come to weave camouflage nets and make trench candles. If we ask ourselves, where did these people find the strength to look at fear through lens of reason, to live on, to fight, to transform challenges into opportunity for growth? So it's also can be subject of research. I can list many other examples. Have you ever asked why somebody is happy or not happy? So in our case, it turns out that the sufficient condition for happiness may include having a flashlight, a charged phone, water, a go bag, perhaps a transformer. So we don't need many things to be happy, as we, in our case, as we see. Maybe you see internet. There were a couple of photos, shattered windows of a beauty salon in Kyiv after a night of shelling. And yet in the morning, women are sitting there having their hair done. So it's also, for me, it's a sign of resistance. It's a sign of they want to have a normal life. So the importance of humor. There is an American representative to Ukraine, Mr. Kellogg. So when he visits Kyiv, the shelling tends to decrease. So we joke that Kellogg is an effective air defense system. So why I telling about this? So for me, as I'm not a professional, repeat once more, but it's something that may be studied as a part of our resistance, as a part of our struggle, and practical philosophy. What can be done? We can try to help society transform the way of they think, they do. We can persuade people to identify and resist disinformation, to avoid seeking easy answers to complex problems, and resist populism. We can help people understand that Putin's war is not only about territory, it's about the right to call things by their proper name. We can try to help people understand, to convey the truth to people. We can try to explain people why governments are allocating more funds to defense and why these governments should be supported by their nations, rather than hoping things will somehow resolve on their own. So the modern philosophers, what we I'm about to finish. We can help understand that the future of Europe, of Europeans, is being decided now in Ukraine on the battlefield. And people maybe somewhere still need to understand that getting tired of the war means helping Putin. I don't think he will appreciate it when one way or another he moves into new territory. So it's much, we are not, in Ukraine, we are not grown tired of the war. We have not given up, we have not surrendered. And this is our common struggle, and we can try and help people understand this better. I thank you for your attention to my quite long speech, and really I see very important this event, and I wish you fruitful discussion, and I believe in a practical meaning of the outcomes of yesterday, of everything you have planned in the framework of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor. You said that you are not a philosopher, but you gave us another presentation, philosophical one, very inspiring. We have some words of greeting from Her Excellency Ukrainian Ambassador, and I will read it. Russia wages this brutal war not only with missiles and tanks, it wages it against people, minds and hearts. It aims to turn tragedy into routine, to make freedom look optional, to blind the world to the fact that every day Ukrainians are giving their lives defending it. Speaking the truth is our resistance, remembering is our weapon. And if voices across the world fall silent, that silence serves the aggressor as its accomplice. Her Excellency Ambassador of Ukraine in Lithuania, Olga Nikitchenko. Thank you for those words. Thank you, our guests from Ukraine. Thank you, our guest from Poland, Warsaw University, Przemysław Bursztyka. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And now we will start our first session. So it's a great pleasure to invite Volodymyr Yermolenko, National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, Ukraine, Rethinking Imperialism. Please, Volodymyr.
Thank you so much, and this is a great honor and pleasure to be here. It's my first time in Vilnius, hopefully not the last one. So I live in Ukraine. I teach at Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. I work as a journalist. I'm president of PEN Ukraine. We travel a lot to the frontline areas, so we have a lot of empirical experience helping our soldiers. But today I'm going to talk about imperialism, and I will just make a few points, and I hope we will discuss it. The first point, why imperialism? Because I think we cannot understand this war only if we think in terms of capturing territories. And this is the framework that I think in the Western Europe, in America, it's sometimes very, very present. And it is still the framework that does not allow us to understand, does not allow many people in the world to understand the nature of this war. I think in Vilnius, in Lithuania, it's perfectly understood, but I will try to just make a few points. Why I'm focusing on imperialism? Because I do think that it's not the war only against Ukraine. It's not even the war only against Europe. I think it's the war about how the world should look like in the 21st century. I think it's the war about the basic principles of the political and social organization. My friend Vakhtang has a theory that it's also a war of anthropologists, and I think I share this opinion, but I will leave to him to explain it. And when I'm saying about that this war is about how the world will look like and is going to look like in 21st century, I'm leading to my last point, to which I will go at the end of my presentation, which I'm calling re-imperialization of the world. So the 20th century was the century of de-imperialization and decolonization, and I'm reading the 21st century as an attempt to re-imperialize the world, meaning to restructure the world in the way that it is not structured by the plurality of subjects, but it is structured by a very limited number of subjects, which we might call empire. So it's a division of the world, a new division of the world between the great powers, so-called great powers. And I think what Russia is trying to do is it's trying to prove to everybody that this world is feasible, that this world is the world of the future. And I think our task, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, other Europeans, people in the non-European world, people in Latin America, people in Asia and Africa, and many other people, is to say, no, we don't accept this world. We don't accept the world of new empires. Let me then go to definitions. I will oppose empire and republic. The idea of republic, res publica, the common thing, so the great tradition of republican thought and action since at least Politei of Aristotle, and maybe Politei of Plato, but not so much Politei of Plato, but rather Politei of Aristotle. And I define republic as a polity that might have clear borders, but doesn't have a center. So republic is something that has plurality of centers. And for example, in the Ukrainian tradition, political tradition, intellectual tradition, we have people like Mikhailo Drahomanov, who was defining his thought in the 19th century as anarchist, but anarchist not in the sense that there is no arche, meaning the source of power, but in a sense that there is not a one arche, not a one source of power. And I think historically Europe was structured like that. Europe was structured like a polyarchy, and it's different to see the European history before the age of imperialism, and I think the age of imperialism was basically destroying it, and then in the 20th century we had this process of de-imperialization of the world. I think one of the keys to read the history of Europe is a story how you have different centers of power, political and power of ideas. For example, take the competition between Catholics and Protestants, or take the competition between the imperial power and papal power, etc. And this is what structured Europe, and this is what structured Ukraine, by the way, as well, as a story, as a political story. While empire is something that has a center, but doesn't have borders. And I think this idea that empire doesn't have borders is very intrinsically linked in the imperial idea. And not everything, not every imperial idea, but at least Russian imperial idea for sure. Because Russia defines itself as a country that doesn't have borders. And this has to do with basically why, for example, Ukrainians were talking so much about Russian culture, because we are saying that it's not that Russian culture as a whole is to be blamed and blah, 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 but we need to go and look very closely into Russian culture to understand the sense of infinity that has in the Russian political thought and in Russian political action that translates itself into the sense of political infinity. meaning that they build a state that doesn't have borders. And the state that doesn't have borders is a state that always expands. And therefore, if you look very practically, because we are advised to think practically, if we look practically to this question, that means that the question of territories, like we give Russians Donetsk or Luhansk or Crimea, doesn't solve the issue at all. Because if the nature of the Russian Empire is continuous expansion, then of course they will not be satisfied with getting some territories. They will say, okay, we get these territories, now we should get new territories. If you get new territories, you have to get new territories, etc. So I think this expansionist nature of imperialism as such, but in particular Russian imperialism, is very important to understand. And in a way, the struggle between Ukraine and Russia today is the struggle between the models of political and social reality. Either we are on the side of the Republican model, which is plural, which kind of understands where it ends, so we understand where our borders end. We don't want to get some other territories. So you have the sense of locality, but at the same time you have the sense of plurality of centers of influence, cultural, ideas, political, etc. Contrary to that, I say the idea of empire, which has a very clear center, I mean hierarchical, vertical, tyrannical center, and then doesn't have borders because has expansionism. Okay, so I will be happy if you will challenge these definitions in our questions and answers. I will make two distinctions then of the type of imperialism to understand better the Russian imperialism and again the consequences that it brings. I make a distinction between the imperialism of sameness and imperialism of difference. Now, there are, first I would say that there are attempts to distinguish several types of imperialisms or colonialisms. And one of the most prominent and interesting for me is one made by Patrick Wolf, which is a difference between the settler colonialism and extractive colonialism. Wolf was thinking about primarily the Australian experience, the colonization of the natives in Australia. But the difference between settler colonialism and extractive colonialism is that extractive colonialism is when you go to a country, you say, okay, you are now slaves, you will work for us, we will take all your resources, but you will live, you will continue to live as serfs, as slaves, as subjugated people, etc. But you will stay there. We need only your resources, we don't need you. We need your labor, but we don't need you, we don't need to change you. While settler colonialism for Wolf is for example, the American colonialism against the indigenous population or other things, is that we come to your land and we eliminate you, we replace you. We don't need you, don't need your resources, we need your land, and therefore it's a demographic change that we are thinking about. And of course it's also present, both types are present in the European colonialism, Western colonialism. And for me, this distinction is very important and necessary. But I would say that my distinction is a little bit different, and I will explain why. So the imperialism/colonialism, I will not go in detail into this distinction. I will use them as more or less synonyms, but of course these concepts are different, imperialism and colonialism. So the imperialism of difference is very characteristic with maritime European imperialisms. When you go to a colonized country and you say, I'm a colonizer, you're the colonized, you will never become the same as me. You will always be in your place. There will be always a difference between us. You will never go through this difference. You will never overcome this difference. But I'm higher than you. Of course, I'm better than you. But there is unsurmountable difference that you cannot cross. And of course, this is the point where you come up with an idea of race. And this is the point where Europeans start basically formulating racist theories, well before Nazism, but early by Brits and French and some others. So the idea of race is that you are different than me, you are inferior to me, I'm a colonizer, you are colonized, because you are from inferior race, and this race is defined by your biology. I'm capable of progress, you are not capable of progress. I'm capable of democracy, you are not capable of democracy, etc., etc. And this explains this paradox of the European imperialisms of, let's say, like French imperialism or British imperialism of the late 19th century, is that you can have republic at home, but very imperial and cruel rule abroad. Now, the imperialism of sameness, and this is very particular towards the Russian imperialism, and it is very, very poorly understood all over the world, is that it is a statement, I'm the colonizer, you are the colonized. You are the same as me. You're not different than me. You are the same as me. You don't have a right to be different. So the imperialism of difference says, you don't have a right to be the same as me, while imperialism of sameness says, you don't have a right to be different than me. And therefore, the key concept here is not the concept of race, meaning the difference you cannot overcome, but the concept of assimilation. You are the same as me. Ukrainians, you are the same as Russians. Belarusians, you are the same as Russians. There is no way that you want to become different. Your difference is forbidden. It's a crime. And therefore, in order to prove that it is a crime, we will assimilate you, we will exterminate this difference. Not only through physical extermination, but through, for example, culture, through assimilation, through domination of language, etc. So when I'm opposing these two types of imperialism, I'm actually not saying that they are foundable in pure terms, in pure forms. So this kind of Weberian ideal types, they are always in mixture. For example, take the Nazi ideology, Nazi anti-Semitism. So Nazism was kind of a combination between the two, because it was saying the Jews are different from us, they are racially different from us, they come from Asia, they're not Aryans, they are Semites, but they try to be the same as us. They are so close to us that they are practically indistinguishable from us, and therefore we should make a clear distinction and bring it to the farmost distance as possible. First geographical distance, and then they come with final solution, the extermination. I think that Russian colonialism also, you can say that, for example, in Central Asia, in Caucasus, in other parts of the world, in Siberia, they were kind of combining the two. But I think it's very important that the root of this war is precisely this idea of Putin that Ukrainians are the same as Russians, because we have this imperialism of sameness, imperialism of assimilation. And coming back to Patrick Wolf's distinction between settler colonialism and extractive colonialism, of course you can say that what I'm calling the imperialism of sameness is very close to what Wolf calls the settler colonialism. Because why? Because the settler colonialism is about, I'm coming to your land, I don't need your resources, or maybe I need your resources, but primarily I don't need you. So I eliminate you. And you might say that this is also what imperialism of sameness does. And it is true, but only partially true. Because, and here I will go to my next point, because basically the settler colonialism is still based upon the idea of difference. We are colonizers, we come to the colonized land, we eliminate the inferiors. While for the colonialism of sameness, it's very important to understand that while the colonialism of settler colonialism is based upon a certain idea of nature, certain essentialism, if we talk philosophically, so the imperialism of sameness has much more fluid conception of human nature. And that leads me to my next point, and it's also, I think, very interesting to reflect upon. So the reflection about imperialism in the world is mostly dominated by left-leaning thought. And I just want to make things clear. I'm not defining myself left or right, or extreme left or extreme right, or extreme center. I love the definition, extreme center. Even that, I don't define myself. I think philosophers need to go beyond the ideological differences and ideological extreme points. So I'm trying to analyze ideologies like a set of tools that we can use in one instrument or another instrument. So I'm both criticizing the right wing and the left wing equally. But here I will criticize the left wing thought, because I think it very often reduces imperialism to the question of capitalism. And it's interesting that I once Googled the question imperialism, and the first result of Google was Lenin's work, Imperialism is a higher stage of, in English, not in Russian or in Ukrainian, in English, the imperialism is a higher stage of capitalism. So if you're not critical to the left, to the communism, to Lenin, etc., if you read this Lenin's work, it's 1916, it's before the Bolshevik coup d'etat. Some people still call it October Revolution. We call it Bolshevik coup d'etat. So if you read it, you understand that, well, in many points Lenin is right. So in many points he's giving you the picture of the kind of how accumulation of capital leads to accumulation of power, and then how these capitalist countries that extract resources start competing with each other, and then therefore you have the First World War. If you don't know the further history, that Lenin then found the Soviet Union, which was extremely imperialist, cruel colonial power, has nothing to do with capitalism. He's anti-capitalist at all. And I think it's important to ask this question. So if you think more to the left and criticizing imperialism as a product of capitalism, so how do you explain communist imperialism? How do you explain Soviet imperialism? And here comes my also reflection about the communism. Because the difference between the capitalism imperialism and the communist imperialism is that the communist imperialism, not only it wants to extract resources, it's not only extractive colonialism, and it's not only the settler colonialism, but communism had a huge idea of creating a new type of human being. And here comes the anthropological question that Vakhtang loves to talk about. So communism was thinking in terms of how we create a new man. And when you think very carefully about this, and this is, by the way, expressed very much in Ukrainian literature. I remember one episode from one of our great writers, Ivan Bagriani, who spent, I think, 5 to 7 years, if I'm not mistaken, 1930s in Stalinist camps. But he was lucky enough to escape them, and during the Second World War he emigrated to the West. And he wrote a few great novels. So in one of these novels, the famous the Garden of Gethsemane, which is a reference, of course, to Christ and to biblical story, he gives one very interesting episode when he is put into the wagon. He is a prisoner. He is put into the train wagon to be transported to prison. And this train wagon is actually the wagon for horses, so for cattle. And this was a typical Soviet thing. And then he sees a worker that goes into the same wagon because they go to Kharkiv to work. So first you have prisoners and workers in the same place, the cattle wagon. So you ask a question, okay, Soviet Union, it should be the paradise for workers, but why workers are transported in the cattle wagon? They are not even prisoners. And then he describes this worker as somebody who is afraid to have a glance, to have a look, to look into your eyes. And he describes it like it's a human being, but he doesn't perceive himself as a human being. He really perceives himself as a kind of an animal, without identity, without a name, without a capacity to look into the eyes of the others. And here comes a very important thing, which I continue to think about. So we tend to think that Nazism was about biologization of human beings. So we reduce people to biological types. That was Hitler tried to do. While communism is something about like completely different from that. It's kind of denial of biology, and it's, instead of biology you have history and all this time. But if you look very kind of deeply about that, about what communism was doing, communism was saying that you actually don't have a stable nature. You have a fluid nature, and we will help you to transform your human nature because we are building the new human beings. So this idea of fluid human nature, fluid essence, I think is very important. So sometimes we consider the word fluid as a kind of a positive, but in that sense I think it was negative and dangerous. Because communism was saying that you are not really human unless you go through this communist transformation. Before you go through the communist transformation, you're subhuman, you're animal, you're just a living being, just a zone. And I think this is also reduction of humans to a certain biological substance, which I think is very heretical to think about communism. But we can discuss it. So why I'm telling you this? Because if you take this communist imperialism and look at it, and I think in the Putin's ideology, you still have very, very big like consequences of that and heritage of that. If you think about it, then it's basically based upon the idea that humans do not have this stable nature. We do not have this stable essence. So we are accustomed to this thought when we think about emancipation movement in the West, which we call existentialism. Like Sartre will be saying, okay, humans don't have nature, essence, they have only existentia, and this is the source of freedom. Well, what Sartre didn't understand quite well, and I think it's the source of his illusion about the Soviet Union, is that Soviet Union was a totalitarian existentialism, but in a bad sense of the term, because it was saying, you don't have an essence, you don't have a nature, and therefore, for example, you don't have a morality. You can do whatever you want if it's good for proletariat. Okay, so I hope I didn't shock you with this idea that Soviet Union is a totalitarian existentialism, because it's maybe very heretical. So the communism is based upon this idea of dynamic human nature, which actually leads us to the idea of absence of human nature. And then we understand better what is happening in Russia today, because contrary to Western imperialisms, where you have a clear, coming back to my thought, when you had a clear idea that you have a class of masters and you have a class of slaves, there is a difference between the two. You come to the colonized land and say, we are the masters and you are the slaves. And we colonize you either through extractive colonialism or through settler colonialism. Russia is based upon an absolutely different idea. Russia is based upon the idea that everybody is a slave. Everybody is a slave. And it's very interesting that I recently read one very interesting Ukrainian thinker of the 19th century who lived only for 30 years and died very early, who said that actually the tyrant is a slave, is also a slave, a person who doesn't understand what freedom is. And therefore, when this person goes to the upper elements of power, then he doesn't want to make all other people free, but he understands that the law of existence is slavery, and therefore he acts in this way to continue this law. So, in a way, this Russian imperialism is based upon the idea not only of submission of others, but of submission of themselves, of self-submission, self-in-slavery. And I always think that one of the best books about Russia was written in the 19th century by a French aristocrat called Astolphe de Custine, who wrote a wonderful book, which is called La Russie, Russia in 1839. in which I remember one phrase very, very clearly, is that contrary to French monarchy, and he was fond of French monarchy because he was a son of people who were guillotinized. Contrary to all other monarchies where you have a king and then you have like the gradation of aristocrats. In Russia, you have a Tsar, but then the highest aristocrats has the same rights as the lowest of the serfs. So basically, everybody else is the serf, and this is what I would call the self-submission or self-enslavery. Okay, I hope that I kind of a little bit elaborated on what clues, what directions can we have to understand better Russian imperialism. And now my final thought, which connects to what I've started from. I think for the Russians right now, it's very important to say to the world that Republican model has failed. Republican/democratic model of the world has failed. Therefore, the kind of a biggest ambition is to say the whole process of decolonization is a mistake. And this is a paradox of their message to the non-Western world, to global South, to Africa, Latin America, and Asia, because their message is, okay, we will help you liberate yourself from the Western imperialism. We are anti-imperial power. While the truth is that they are exactly precisely the power of re-imperialization. They want the world to be divided by the great powers. And in this vision of the world, I think they think that they should be China, they should be Russia, and they should probably America. They should not be Europe. Europe in their vision of the world is non-existent, should not exist, should be divided again. We can elaborate on this during the discussion. But Europe, as I said yesterday, and I will repeat it today, despite all the problems of the European Union, all the problems of the European integration, all the problems of deficit of democracy in Brussels and blah, 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 I think Europe is a fantastic attempt to go between the two dangers. And the two dangers are imperialism and nationalism. The two dangers are imperialism, which erases the identity and difference between the nations, and radical nationalism, which emphasizes and extremizes these differences. And actually, this European idea comes back to very, very deep, and I think it's not a product of the post-World War II. I think it's a product of the 19th century ideas that were coming from very different parts of Europe, from Italy, from Czech Republic, from Lithuania, from Poland, from Ukraine. And I myself think that we need to go back to this thinking, the thinking that first created this vision of Europe as a republic of republics, the Republic of Republics. I think that our big aim together to oppose this new 21st century imperialism and re-imperialization of the world is to maintain this Republic of Republics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr. It's a little bit unfair because you provoked so much of thinking, and we don't have such amount of time to rethink everything. Indeed, I have two questions. First, you said that what we can say about Russian imperialism, that it's a product of re-imperialization. And I thought about the concept of the territory, deterritorialization, and reterritorialization, and usually those notions were used in the context of globalization. And for example, we already discussed yesterday that Angela Merkel accused Baltic states and Poland that we didn't let her to negotiate with Putin. And then the time of pandemic of COVID-19 was the time of radicalization of Russia. And what happened in the time of pandemic of COVID, it was indeed the break of this process of globalization and the literalization in globalization logic. And there were national boundaries reestablished, and certain national values or national ideologies started to prevail over so-called logic of globalization. So how you could comment on this literalization in the sense of globalization and the literalization in the sense of re-imperialization?
Well, I think that Merkel is not right. I think she's wrong in this case. I think I don't think that there was any radicalization of Russia because of COVID. I think what happened is that Russian elites had their theory of Russian Empire already in the early 90s. And I always advise to look and watch the interview of Putin when he was still the advisor to St. Petersburg mayor, Mr. Sobchak, whose daughter is now very active in a bad way. So if you look at this ideology, early 90s, the Russians were already responding to the collapse of the Soviet Union by saying we need not less empire, but we need more empire. So their response to the collapse of the Soviet Union was precisely that we need re-imperialization already back then in the 90s. And more empire in their understanding was that the creation of the Soviet Union as a kind of quasi-confederation, when you had quasi-sovereignty of countries like Ukraine or Belarus or Georgia, created the conditions for the Soviet Union collapse. In a way, he was right. So he wants to reestablish Russian Empire without these so-called republics as a unitary state, all in the form of the 19th century. I don't think that the father history influenced his thought. What influenced his thought, I think, Putin, is that he increasingly believes that the West is weak, and that if he goes into the war with NATO, he will win, because the West's response, in his understanding, is weak, and he believes that he fights NATO already in Ukraine. So in his conception of the world, and I said it back in 2014, the fear of provoking Russia provokes Russia. So the weakness of response creates for him an understanding, okay, my dream of having a Russia without borders, Russia that expands, is correct, and I will do this. And remember that the ideologues of Putin, around Putin, people like Surkov or others, they were expressing this idea of expansionism for quite a long time. There was an article by Surkov, I think, in 2020 or something like that, saying that we are fighting with chaos, and in order to not allow chaos to enter into Russian territory, he was using these thermodynamics concepts of entropy and everything, we need to bring chaos outside. So in order not to bring chaos inside, we need to bring chaos outside. So we need to have a continuous expansion, not only to say to ourselves that we are strong, but also to kind of bring chaos outside. We don't know whether he's right. I hope that the chaos that they bring outside will come back to them.
Thank you. And my second question, it's indeed very interesting thought that you said that Soviet Union created totalitarian existentialism, referring to Jean-Paul Sartre, who said that the existence goes first and there is no essence. How do you relate it to the Putin's propaganda that such countries as Ukraine or Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and some others, they do not have their own subjectivity, subjektnost in Russian. He is repeating all the time about Lithuania, that it's a so small country, dependent on NATO, etc., and those countries do not have their own subjectivity.
So first on existentialism, I really want to provoke a little bit, but at the same time, I think it's also important to rethink the concept that I was born in Western Europe and to compare it with other Eastern and Central European experience, because I'm always kind of suspicious about this Sartre idea of nothingness and this néantisation and this idea of le néant as the source, nothingness as a source of freedom. I think Sartre nothingness is very toy-like, is like a childish toy. He didn't have a clear idea what nothingness means, I think. So in a way, it's interesting how he was criticizing the bourgeois thought, but his idea of nothingness is very bourgeois idea. So of course, the experience of the war shows you exactly what nothingness can mean, and there is nothing good in it. But I do think that this idea, so again, a little bit of provocative thought. In the left-leaning academic, you have this idea that essentialism is bad. So if you hear the word essentialism, it means that you didn't think well enough about this because everything is constructed and blah 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 blah. I think that, well, exactly, we in Soviet Union lived in the system that didn't have essentialism at all. That was saying that everything that you consider to be your essence is bad because you are constructed. We can construct you. We can. Or there was a concept which was used, perekovka, meaning reforging, as you reforge the steel or metal. So I think it's very important to think these concepts through, and it has direct link with imperialism. Why? Because the communist imperialism was really acting a lot, and still Russian imperialism does, acting a lot with memory and with the past and what we consider as our roots. I wouldn't use the word essence, but at least something that is not nothingness, right? Is something existing, and therefore, for example, communism was always giving you an idea that you can become like us. It's not like we build this boundary, this difference that you cannot overcome. You can become like us, but in order to become like us, you need to reject your identity. You need to reject your language, your culture, your memory. So in a kind of a start constructing yourself from the scratch. And as my friend once said, before annexing the territory, you should annex the past, you should annex time. Coming back to subjectivity question, I think it's precisely this psychoanalytical reversal, because Russia is constructed as upon an idea that subjectivity does not exist. Everything is vertical. The people are not free. People are acting only upon someone's order, and Putin just wants that Lithuanians, Ukrainians got an order from him and not from Brussels, and that's his vision of the world. Everybody is enslaved, everybody receives orders and executes them, while the European model, I think, it's the model of combination of, yes, there is this element of hierarchy always, but there is an idea of freedom and subjectivity and agency, upon which our societies are built. And basically, Ukrainian example also shows that Ukrainians show agency and go contrary to the will, not of Russia. That's what Putin doesn't understand. Not only of Russia, but also of Europe. Because all our history of European integration is going against the will of Western Europe, which didn't want us to accept and still doesn't want us to accept in some aspects. So, yeah.
Thank you. One more question or comment? Yes, please.
So, I would like to go to the comment a bit on those issues you just discussed. The first one about the assumed essentialism, which was at some period of time, and still I believe it is ours. And as you say, probably it was rather a bad idea, this criticism, because in accordance with what you say, the communist imperialism was a destruction of the essence. But couldn't we approach the same problem from, let's say, American perspective?
Okay.
And say that what communists did, what communist imperialism did, was not so much a destruction of the essence, because the essence still, there is some kind of a danger behind this concept, as I hear it. But what communist imperialism did was rather the destruction of the foundation of the human condition. The destruction of the foundation of the human condition. And when you say about this, this lack of difference between a prisoner in the train, the prisoner and the physical worker, this is precisely what Hannah understands in the origins of totalitarianism. The erasure of the difference, legal, moral, and psychological difference between all sorts of people. And that means it's a destruction of the world, the common sharp world among people. So I suppose that could be one of the attempts to be still suspicious about the idea of the essence, because it can carry some also totalitarian or quasi-totalitarian burden, and at the same time strongly criticize communist imperialism. So this is one of the possibilities. And the second commentary or kind of question or commentary or quotation, I really like your description of Russian imperialism as the imperialism of slaves. But on the other hand, when I think about the contemporary world, Russia seems to me probably the most racist country in the world. And there are some gradations in assimilation. Of course, there's this infamous idea of the historical thesis of the unity, or the thesis of the historical unity of the three nations, and so on and so forth. But still, Ukrainians are a bit Russian. So I believe there are some moments in which this assimilation no longer works, because it is us who is Russians, that it is you who are Ukrainians, it is you who are Samoyeds, it is you who are Caucasian. So I'm not sure whether I can fully agree with this idea of a full assimilation, and therefore whether I can agree with and whether I can agree with something like the ultimate point of arrival of this form of imperialism.
Great questions, Przemek. Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief, but the questions are really deep. So first on Hannah Arendt, I admire the way how she describes totalitarianism as movements, if you remember in the origins of totalitarianism. And that's what is different to the classical tyrannies, in her opinion, because she thinks that while classical tyranny is when a tyrant says, I'm beyond the law, in the totalitarianism, people say we actually are submitting to the highest law, and this is the law of biology or of history. But this all, we kind of, especially in the communism, if it's the law of history, then it's about movement. So we move somewhere. There is nothing stable here. And therefore, I do think that, and it's interesting how she, well, I just in my presentation tried to kind of very provocatively a little bit to say that there are more commonalities between Nazism and communism in the question of biology.
She, I think, is trying to say that there is more commonalities between Nazism and communism in terms of this idea of fluidity and movement. And why it is important for me, because it's also one of the thought of one of my teachers, French philosopher Marcel Gauchet, who is interpreting the totalitarianism in this way, saying, okay, but contrary to, for example, contrary to the traditional right and conservatism of the 19th century that was saying modernity is movement while we need a stable structure, going back to the divine stable structure, the totalitarianism of the 20th century, including the right wing, including fascism and Nazism, were really the ideologies of movement, of dynamics. And therefore, they were kind of a questioning the foundations of human nature and human condition. And I think that the communists went the most far in this. Because Nazism was saying, okay, but at least we have races which are stable. Communism would be saying, no, we don't have anything stable. Even the classes are not stable. Because we build the dictatorship of proletariat in a country when there is no proletariat. So I think it's very important. So Arendt can help a lot. On the racism question, I think you're absolutely right. And therefore, I said that I give these two types, and they're never present in their pure forms. So the task is to see those two elements, because we can talk about the imperialism of sameness also with regard to maritime Western empires, which were based on very much on racist ideas, because they were also using language, especially in the French case, they were also using language as a kind of an attempt to civilize or an attempt to change identity. So it's always present. But I do think that this fluidity exists in Russia. Otherwise, how we can explain Stalin, for example? Stalin is not Georgian, is not Ossetian. He's a Russian because he embraced this identity. How we can explain that many of the war criminals that are bombing Ukraine have Ukrainian origin, were born in Ukraine, and they decided to reject the Ukrainian identity, and that makes them even more cruel towards Ukrainians because that's their personal issue. They decided for themselves that Ukrainians do not exist. Therefore, they think they need to bomb it to hell. How can we explain that the Russian defense minister for decades and decades is Tuvin, Mr. Shoigu? So I think I agree with you that we have this everyday racism with regard to Central Asia, especially in the Caucasus, and that exists, this racist element. But I think you always have this element of maximum plasticity when you can become Russian. You become Russian not even by speaking the language. You become Russian by saying, I'm the servant of the great empire. This is how you become Russian. And I think this option is always on the table.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr. Unfortunately, we are a little bit late. So pay attention to our program. In the end of our event, we will have final discussion. So if you have some comments or questions, please reserve it for the evening time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite our next guest, Vakhtang Kebuladze from Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, Ukraine. Please, Vakhtang.
Thank you, Nerijus. Thank you very much for invitation to take part in this conference. I think it's very important for us in Ukraine and probably for the whole Europe to talk about the war in these dark times. I prepare my presentation, but I'm not sure that it will be visible on the screen. Yeah. What should I say? War has changed all our life, the whole life of us in Ukraine, probably in Europe and all over the world. And that's why it changed not only our everyday life, but the style of our thinking. And before the war, I started to write a book about philosophical anthropology, but I stopped it in 2022. And after that, I understood that I cannot write this book. I should write another one to the same topic, but it can be the same. Yeah. For example, I didn't want to write in this book about the war, about the philosophy of war. But after the full-scale Russian invasion in Ukraine, I understood that it's impossible to write about human reality, and the title of this book will be Human Reality, Dimensions and Limits. And I understood that it's impossible for me to write this book without this topic, philosophy of war. That's why now I proceed the writing, and I try to meditate about this topic. And today I will present for the first time this part of my investigation. It's not the whole part, but probably some abstract from this part of my future book. I hope so that I will publish it in Ukrainian. And as I said, I prepare the presentation with some quotations, but I'm not sure that you will see them.
I'm sorry for this.
It's okay. I will tell you anyway. Okay. So the title of my presentation is how to make it. No, it's you cannot see it. Okay. So the title of my presentation is Eternal Peace or Never-Ending War. The opposition of peace and war, love and hate, has been embedded in our European culture since its inception in ancient Greece. Homer's story of the Trojan War begins with the love story of Paris and Helen. Empedocles considers love and hate as cosmic principles that are embodied in human life as two fundamental emotions. These two principles are manifested in the life of the ancient Greeks in the form of agon and agora. Agon is a sport competition in which the strongest and the fastest wins. Agora is a general meeting area for free citizens of polis where they decide their common fate. Not so much competing with each other for the victory as trying to convince each other for the sake of a successful common future. Although verbal battles in the agora partly resemble sports competitions. In addition, we also know the so-called literary agon, which was a competition not of athletes but of poets. The most prominent Greeks combined these two aspects of life in a strange way. Plato was not only a philosopher, but also a wrestler, and his teacher Socrates was a warrior. Finally, Socrates' final speech at the trial, which we know from Plato's dialogue Apology of Socrates, is a mixture of agon and agora. Socrates speaks at the trial against him without trying to justify himself or to flatter his judges. He instructs and admonishes them, probably believing that here too he will be able to win by the power of his own thought, and at the same time to teach something to his fellow citizens. But as we know, this did not happen. Socrates was sentenced to death and humbly drank poison. The philosopher and warrior resigned himself to defeat. Or maybe on the contrary, he confirmed his victory with his own death. After all, in this way, he taught something very important to ancient Greeks, and then to all Europeans up to us. In any case, Socrates' life is a vivid mixture of friendly love for his fellows and unyielding confrontation with enemies, rivals, and interlocutors. Peace and war, love and hate are constantly changing places. Morality does not forbid hating murderers. it's a quotation. I'm not sure that you will see it. No? Okay. But I see it. Morality does not forbid hating murderers, wrote Yuri Andruchovich in the article Love and Hate in Kiev about the Maidan in Kiev, which in 2013-2014 became the heart of our revolution of dignity. It was a reaction of a Ukrainian writer and poet to the killing of people who came out to protest the criminal government, which refused to choose to live in the community of the free peoples of Europe and was pushing us into the darkness of the Russian world of death. Kiev could once again face an invasion from the east, an invasion of slavery and violence. At that time, the threat was averted, but immediately afterwards, Russia began a war against Ukraine. The terrible war has once again come to our country. Timothy Snyder rightly called our lands the bloody lands. After the horror of World War II, Europe became accustomed to peace. The well-known formula of European peoples, never again, should protect us against the new war. And only Russians say that they can do it again. And they really try to do nowadays it again in Ukraine. What do the Russians seek to repeat? Millions of human victims, destroyed cities, concentration camps, tortures, and mass executions. Civilized people in Ukraine and all around the world are terrified by such a hellish scenario. Therefore, many of us are tempted by the thought that this war of Russia against Ukraine is an accident, a deviation from the historical norm, a consequence of the actions of some bad guys. We often hear that this is Putin's war, but unfortunately, the mass crimes against humanity committed by Russian soldiers, the brutal course and unpredictable duration of the war force us to reflect on its deep-seated causes, which are rooted both in the imperial xenophobic essence of Russian state and in the history and specific features of the development of whole mankind as well. It is impossible to cure a disease by pretending that it does not exist. This will only lead to its intensification. True treatment requires a deep understanding of the pathological processes that cause the disease in the body. Based on this understanding, it is possible to find a cure for the disease. We must also try to understand the social, political, and historical processes that lead to wars in the history of mankind. Based on this understanding, we should look at Russian history and the current social political situation in this country to understand the true sources of Russian aggression. Only then can we hope to find means to counter it. It is also important to understand what can serve as a guarantee for future peace even during the war, and what makes peace impossible and threatens the peaceful future of whole mankind. In modern European philosophy, two classical philosophical approaches to the problem of war, which sometimes contradict each other and sometimes complement each other, were found by Immanuel Kant in his philosophical essays on perpetual peace and Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel in his work on the philosophy of law. These concepts have as their theoretical background various ideas about the natural state in the concept of social contract in new time. I was speaking about the social contract yesterday, so today I just say that as for me, Kant based more on Locke concept and Hegel on the Hobbes one. According to Kant, a state of peace is desirable and natural for man. Peace corresponds to human nature. And in this, Kant is close to Locke, as I said. But he is far from the romantic attitude to the natural state by Rousseau. Attempts to return to the natural state will not save humanity, but will destroy it. From the viewpoint of biology, man is an animal, but attempts to return to this animal state turn man not into an animal living in harmony with its environment, but into a terrible monster, a threat to himself and to the world. War is murderous for humanity. Therefore, Kant suggests looking for a state of peace. He looks for it not in the past, but in the future, although peace is not guaranteed to us in it. The orientation to the future in what today could be called political philosophy corresponds to his idea that human morality has a normative and therefore not constitutive but regulative character. According to Kant, morality is a set of norms or prescriptions that are subordinate to the main normative principle, the categorical imperative. Morality is not based on human nature, but regulates it, showing us the way to a future optimal state, rather than referring to a past ideal age that never really existed. This is a key to the moral development of humanity. So we should not search it in the past for the ideal principles of political organization for nations and all humanity. After all, the idea of mankind and the notion of the political nations of which it is composed are of relatively recent origin. Instead, we should constantly imagine a common desired future, and even if we understand that we cannot reach it, we must strive for it for our descendants. Therefore, we must organize our common present not so much by looking back at naive, romanticized past, but by trying to create the conditions for our acceptable future. According to Kant, the future of humanity is possible either as a peaceful federation of all the peoples of the world or in humanity's common graveyard. By the way, the German word Friedhof, which is translated as cemetery, literally means courtyard of peace. Therefore, if wars cannot be avoided, we must fight in such a way that we do not make a future state of peace impossible. Kant's preliminary articles of the peace agreement are ultimately elements of today's civilized understanding of what is unacceptable even during war. Kant formulates 6 such articles. I will put it on the screen, but anyway, I read it. The first one, no treaty of peace shall be regarded as valid if made with a secret reservation of material for a future war. The second one, no state having an independent existence, whether it be great or small, shall be acquired by another through inheritance, exchange, purchase, or donation. Third, standing armies shall be abolished in course of time. Fourth, no national debts shall be contracted in connection with the external affairs of the state. Fifth, no state shall violently interfere with the constitution and administration of another. And last one, no state at war with another shall contain such modes of hostility as would make mutual confidence impossible in a subsequent state of peace. Such are the employment of assassins or prisoners, breaches of capitulation, the instigating and making use of treachery in the hostile state. So we can show that in the modern war against Ukraine and in the long preparation for it, Russia has deliberately acted and continues to act in such a way as to make impossible all the points of Kant's preliminary articles for perpetual peace. First, all Russian proposals for ending the war in fact create conditions for its continuation in the future, since they lead to weakening the Ukrainian state so that it becomes an easy victim of the next Russian attack. Secondly, all of Russian political rhetoric is aimed to the gradual absorption of Ukraine, a policy which also threatens other countries within the orbit that Russia considers part of its potential sphere of influence. Thirdly, Russian demand the weakening and in effect the elimination of the Ukrainian armed forces while preserving and strengthening its own. Globally, this does not lead to the disappearance of all armies, but rather to the strengthening of the most aggressive states, those which threaten the very existence of others. Fourthly, throughout the entire post-Soviet era, Russia has sought to entangle Ukraine in debt dependency, to use this leverage for political pressure and blackmail, especially via manipulation of energy trade. Fifthly, Russia has persistently interfered and continues to interfere in Ukrainians' constitutional order and governance, demanding rewriting our own constitution. In the past, this concentrated primarily the status of the Russian language or Russian church in Ukraine, and now it concerns the territorial integrity of our state itself. And sixthly, Russia not only regularly employs assassins and poisoners into Ukraine and other European countries, while inciting treason among Ukrainian citizens and citizens of other European states, but also systematically tortures the civilian population in occupied territories and Ukrainian war prisoners, deports Ukrainian children, and attempts to Russify them. Thus, Russia is consciously destroying the possibility of fulfilling the preliminary articles for peace, and thereby making a final agreement for perpetual peace impossible. According to Kant, this means that Russians are paving the way to humanity graveyard by engaging the most horrifying form of necrophilia. Russia is therefore an enemy not just of Ukraine or of Europe, but of all humankind. If we in the modern world do not come close to concluding a preliminary peace agreement, then we cannot hope that our descendants will ever conclude a final peace agreement that will make possible the peaceful existence of all mankind. After all, whoever disregard the principles of Kant's preliminary peace agreement make the final agreement impossible, which should consist of such articles. There are 3 of them. I read them. First, the civil constitution of each state shall be republican. So this idea, the republic of republics, the federation of republics, not only in Europe but all over the world. The law of nations shall be founded on a federation of free states, federation of republics. And the third one, the right of men as citizens of the world shall be limited to the condition of universal hospitality. It is obvious that countries like Russia, but not only it, it's a pity very much, do not see the future of humanity being built in accordance with these articles. First, instead of republican form of government, this or that form of despotism is proposed. It is worth noting here that Kant himself, while advocating a republican form of governing, is at the same time critical of democracy as a form of sovereignty. In his opinion, it is democracy, not autocracy or aristocracy, that most quickly leads to despotism. To some extent, he reproduced Plato's idea that democracy degrades to tyranny through ochlocracy. However, it's worth listening to Kozelik's thesis that understanding without correction for the coefficient of time is doomed to silence. In Plato's time, democracy was direct, not representative. This was one of the main factors in its transformation into ochlocracy, the sovereignty of crowd. Since Kant, like Plato, considers only the non-representative form of democracy, it leads for him not to a republican but to a despotic form of governing. In the modern world, however, liberal democracy can only be representative and therefore can be combined with a republican form of governing. Secondly, for states like Russia and the Russian people, freedom is not a positive value neither in the internal system nor in relations with other states and peoples. The Russian people, infected with resentment, negatively perceive the positive value of freedom, which for them means mostly anarchy and chaos, and therefore a threat to security and even life. Max Scheler writes about the influence of resentment on the distortion of the entire value system of people and societies infected by it. Quotation from Scheler. Now the values themselves are inverted. Those values which are positive to any normal feeling become negative. Therefore, Russia, on the one hand, is inclined to an authoritarian style of government. On the other hand, it does not tolerate freedom in other countries and builds its international relations not with a view to a possible future federation of free states, but in the format of situational alliances of authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. Thirdly, this attitude towards international politics is intrinsically linked to the hostility or purely selfish attitude of Russia towards everything foreign, which makes true hospitality impossible. After all, any foreigner or stranger is perceived either as a potential enemy or as someone who can be taken advantage of. But Kant's principle of universal hospitality follows from one of the formulations of his categorical imperative to treat other people always as aims and not just as instruments. Kant's idea of the desired world order is based on his moral philosophy, which caused a historically negative reaction in Russian religious philosophy. Therefore, immorality and xenophobia are deeply rooted in the Russian historical narration. Modern German philosopher Bernhard Waldenfels links the level of xenophobia with the level of civilization. The higher the level of development of a certain community, the lower the level of xenophobia in it. Developed societies and political nations treat the strangers not as enemies and do not try to destroy or assimilate them, but instead perceive it as a life-giving source of their own development. However, what should we do when we are faced with a socio-political entity that treats strangers as enemies? This theoretical question takes on particular urgency in Russia's genocidal war against the people of Ukraine. The Russian strategy is to assimilate everything Ukrainian, appropriate Ukrainian history and territory, destroy Ukrainian statehood, and dissolve Ukrainian society in its own. According to this strategy, Ukrainian citizens who disagree with this should either be expelled from their own country or killed. Thus, the Russian actions during the war make impossible a preliminary peace agreement, which destroys hope for a final peace agreement, and thus creates a global threat to whole humankind. Now to Hegel. Hegel's position is closer to Hobbes' conception of the natural state as war of all against all. It follows from Hegel's dialectical philosophy that war is a manifestation of the struggle of opposites, which is the main driver of the historical process. Therefore, if we consider war only as the result of the actions of individuals or groups of people, then we will not understand the historical essence of war. Instead, he believes that war should be treated as inevitable historical reality. He even writes that sometimes wars are therapeutic tools that help weak nations become stronger. Quotation from Hegel, Philosophy of Right. Not only do peoples emerge from wars with added strength, but nations troubled by civil dissension gain internal peace as a result of wars with their external enemies. Hegel writes about the educational and even healing role of war, since according to him, war teaches us a balanced and moderate attitude to the passing temptation of this world. But this only happens when war does not destroy the peoples and nations. His attitude to war is too romantic. But every war has always been violent and evil, and in the modern world, even more so. The romantic attitude to violence and evil is dangerous. By the way, it has led already to the horrors of Nazism, fascism, and communism of the 20th century. In the modern world, a new form of total war is emerging. War is not for the sake of something, but for the sake of war itself. This necrophilic form has quite organically settled on Russian historical soil. It brought to light the hidden features of Russian statehood, its necrophilic and anti-human nature. In modern Russian political discourse, there are terrible theses that undermine the value of life itself. So today the people of Ukraine are fighting not only for the human way of life, but for life as such. I like very much Kant's positive image of the future of our common human world, but at the same time I am certain that we can hardly hope for the victory of such a vision and the establishment of eternal peace if we do not listen to Hegel. We must strive for peace, but at the same time realize that war is inevitable in our human world if there are criminal states like Russia, which right now is committing crimes against humanity in its genocidal war against the people of Ukraine. Thank you.
My short question, first of all, bad joke. We remember that governor of Kaliningradsky Oblast told that Kant is now Russians' military trophy. You remember that? Yeah, because now Kaliningrad is, let's say, occupied after the Second World War, occupied Königsberg by Russians and by Soviets. And he said that Kant is their military trophy. And of course, it's a bad joke, but I think how they should appropriate Kant's thought. And I remember in this work by Kant about eternal peace, he is saying that sometimes small conflict or small war is better than fake peace. So what do you think about that? Because they can, I think that Russian propaganda can rationalize their military aggression as well, using, of course, Kant in fake way. What do you think about that? You can speak. It's yeah, sure.
This one? Probably this one? Oh, yeah, okay. First of all, it's not a question for me, it's a question for the so-called Russian philosophers, if they want to use Kant to legitimize their aggression against Ukraine or against Europe. But as for me, Kant is enemy of Russian world. I wrote about this my diploma work because I was surprised by the very negative, as I say it, attitude of all Russian philosophers against Kant, beginning from Solovyov till Florensky, Berdyaev, and Ern. I'm not sure that they can use Kant philosopher as instrument. They can use everything as instrument, but I am not sure that they understand Kant correctly. And it's another situation when Putin came to Kaliningrad and said, "Oh, Kant was living here, and we need now the translation of Kant into Russian." But at that time there were 6 translations of Critique of Pure Reason into Russian. Putin didn't know about it, so it's a good illustration of the attitude of Russian society, not of Putin, but the Russian society and even of Russian intellectuals to their European and world culture and philosophy. So they can use as instrument everything, even the best things in the world. Another example is the absolutely perverse interpretation of Christianity in Russia. Yeah, it's a Russian Orthodox Church. Now it's not a church at all. It's an instrument of Russian imperialism. And I don't know Russian Church is a part of FSB or FSB is part of the Russian Church. So. As I say, they can use anything, and they can use Kant also as an instrument, but it doesn't mean that they understand their very the very essence of Kant's philosophy, of Kant moral philosophy, or Kant idea of eternal or perpetual peace.
Thank you. Questions, remarks, comments? Okay, then I said that please keep and reserve your questions and comments for final discussion if everybody will have chance for it. So now I'm happy to invite Simas Čelutka from Vilnius University, Lithuania. Indeed, Simas is very responsible for this event because I just browsed through the Facebook and once saw the page of Simas, and Simas was in Copenhagen with Vakhtang, and I already did things in Ukraine as volunteer and as filmmaker as well, so I decided to make something for philosophy as well. So Simas, thank you. Vakhtang, thank you. You are responsible for this event. And now, please, Simas, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I would like to begin from gratitude. Gratitude to Nerijus. Yes, I kind of connected Nerijus with Vakhtang, but Nerijus is the one who is responsible for this event, and I'm really grateful because I always thought that it's very important for us to hear Ukrainian voices and to learn from Ukrainians, and since I'm a philosopher, it's really great that two prominent Ukrainian philosophers are here in Vilnius and sharing their insights. It's really Nerijus is responsible for all of that. So can we also give some applause to Nerijus? And today I would like to talk about the topic of sacrifice, or rather self-sacrifice, and I got interested in this issue mainly because of the Ukrainian experiences. So first of all, it was the Euromaidan revolution, and I haven't been myself to the Maidan, but we here in Vilnius followed the events very closely, and the whole thing touched me very much existentially, and I was always curious what brings people to these kinds of occasions, right? What causes them to sacrifice at least some of their comfort and enter the public sphere, risk their welfare, sometimes even lives. And that question, of course, was magnified very greatly by the full-scale war, which has started in 2022. And somehow I started to think about the whole thing of sacrifice, because at the same time I was also reading some of the thinkers who were pondering this question, for instance, Paul Kahn. Later I got interested in Jan Patočka, about whom I will talk today, but the topic itself was always very important for me personally, and now I am trying to think about Ukrainian as well as Lithuanian political identity and political experience through this lens of sacrifice or self-sacrifice. And of course, after the full-scale war started, I was very intrigued by Jürgen Habermas, who 2 months after the invasion wrote an article in which he said that well, yes, of course, we Western Europeans sympathize with the Ukrainians, but we will not ever be able to fully feel this solidarity with them because, as he said, Europe has been living in this post-heroic era or developing this post-heroic mentality, which, kind of reduces politics and history and war to economics, international law, and universal morality, right? So kind of denying the possibility of any, great deeds, great feats, and just reducing everything to this mundane level of coexistence. And this term post-heroic kind of intrigued me as well, and I thought that, Ukrainian response kind of challenges this idea. So then I began delving more into Jan Patočka's philosophy, and Jan Patočka is a very interesting thinker. For those who don't know, he was a Czech philosopher and dissident who wrote in the Soviet times mainly, and he was actually interrogated by the communist secret police numerous times after he decided to become a spokesperson of the Charta 77 movement. So it's an interesting case when a thinker writes about sacrifice, but also kind of sacrifices himself actually in the real world. And I think it gives a certain weight to those reflections about sacrifice. So it's not just words, but also something that is vouched by experience. So today I want to kind of share my interpretation of Patočka's understanding of sacrifice. It will be quite philosophical, so I hope it won't be too technical for you, but I want you to keep in mind always this whole background and horizon of the war that is happening right now, and Ukrainian and Lithuanian experiences. Patočka's notion of sacrifice is usually interpreted as forming a significant part of the Czech dissident movement. His life, his decision to become a spokesperson of Charta 77, and especially his death, makes the intrinsic link between sacrifice and politics compelling to many interpreters. Moreover, the most political of Patočka's texts, the so-called Charta 77 texts, clearly indicate that he regarded sacrifice as a manifestation of genuine political action. His famous statement that there are things for which it is worthwhile to suffer, which we find in his text, what we can and cannot expect from Charta 77, constitutes for many a definite proof that for Patočka sacrifice is inherently political. But on the other hand, and here I'm going to a kind of conundrum with which I have been working for quite some time now, Patočka's reflections on sacrifice that we find in his more strictly philosophical writings present a more complex picture. And the most ambiguous idea in his writings is what he calls sacrifice for nothing, a self-sacrifice that overcomes the technological understanding of the world and opens up a possibility of a new relation to truth and being. Remarkably, this radical or authentic sacrifice distances itself from any positive content and becomes meaningful in itself. And Patočka contrasts this genuine form of sacrifice with an inferior one, which he calls sacrifice for something. This is confusing because Patočka's Charta 77 text can hardly be read as advocating sacrifice for nothing. In these texts, Patočka argues that politics must be subordinated to unconditional moral principles, such as justice, human rights, equality, and freedom. These ideals clearly have a positive content. And in those dissident texts, he sounds quite Kantian. And this raises the following questions. What is the relationship between moral political ideals and nothingness? What does the latter term denote precisely for Patočka? Is there a continuity or rather a contradiction between his Charta 77 texts and his phenomenological considerations on sacrifice? I will argue that there is a deep continuity between his overtly political and philosophical writings on sacrifice, and that this sacrifice for nothing has a latent, if not direct, political and moral meaning. And I believe that this sacrifice for nothing can include a strong commitment to moral political principles. I don't want to spend too much time on the ethical and political underpinnings of his notion of sacrifice. They are explicit and clear, not only in his dissident texts, but also in some of his other smaller writings. In all of these texts, we find ample evidence that Patočka established a close link between sacrifice and commitment to something larger than oneself, especially universal moral ideals. For him, these ideals have an unmistakably positive content. But the notion of sacrifice begins to look different when we turn to Patočka's Varna lecture and his most famous work, Heretical Essays. In these writings, Patočka argues that sacrifice is meaningful solely in itself, and that a truly authentic sacrifice is a sacrifice for nothing. And this is perhaps the most enigmatic formulation in his works. What does this term nothingness refer to? Let me read the most important formulation. It is not a sacrifice for something or for someone, even though, in a certain sense, it is a sacrifice for everything and for all. In a certain essential sense, it is a sacrifice for nothing, if thereby we mean that which is no existing particular. Unquote. So, if you're sacrificing yourself for an existing particular, for something or for someone, that seems to be an inferior form of sacrifice. But what is this nothingness then? We can retrieve the meaning of this concept when we connect this formulation with Patočka's reflections on the frontline experience, his understanding of the three movements of life, and his Heideggerian reflections on being and nothingness that we find in the Varna lecture and in his last essay on Masaryk. Taken together, it seems that nothingness refers to the region of exceptional boundary experiences which allow humans, at least temporarily, to detach themselves from pre-given meanings of the day and to glimpse a possibility of new, deeper meaning of life. Nothingness is negativity that interrogates our common sense perception of the world, introducing a dimension of problematicity and initiating a fundamental transformation of our relation to truth and being. A process that changes, and this is a beautiful phrase, the landscape of life's fundamental meanings. Nothingness is no thing, no particular thing or object. It is an existential horizon that allows us to draw back from the realm of what can be managed or ordered and to enter, quote, an explicit relation to that which, not being anything actual itself, serves as the ground of the appearing of all that is active, and in that sense rules over all. Here, being already presents itself to us, not in a refusal, but explicitly, unquote. We can see that Patočka, in an unmistakably Heideggerian way, draws a close connection between nothingness and being, arguing that nothingness appears as a guise in which being presents itself in its difference from beings, from the content of the world. The distinction between beings and being, or between ontic and ontological levels of existence, is of paramount importance here. While concentrating on something in our daily lives, work, career, hobbies, interests, we deal with particular beings. Only when we leap into the region of no thing can we hope to develop an explicit relation to being. As he writes, quote, "Being is initially revealed as the nothing, as the shock that, like a flash of lightning, halted all work at the assembly line of relative meaning, which had hid its finitude from itself. Nothingness then appears like a flash of being." Unquote. Patočka expresses this paradoxical proximity between nothingness and being as an intricate dialectic between negativity and positivity. Distinguishing between naive, deficient, and repeated or authentic modes of sacrifice, he argues that the former, naive sacrifice, is structured positively. That is, it is oriented towards concrete persons, communities, social or political ideals. By contrast, in the authentic or repeated sacrifice, those ideals or significant others recede to the background, so to say, although they may still be relevant, ontically speaking. Something much more explicitly ontological comes to the fore in repeated sacrifice. And I quote Patočka again, "The entire mode of acting needs to be understood as a protest, not against individual concrete experiences, but in principle against the understanding by which they are born. From this perspective, the repeated sacrifice is something no longer concerned with any positive content. Without ignoring or making light of certain concrete historical social goals, humans engaged in repeated sacrifice have another focus. In giving themselves for something, they dedicate themselves to that of which it cannot be said that it is something or something objective." Unquote. In another memorable formulation, Patočka argues that by genuinely sacrificing themselves, humans win their humanity in the true sense of the word. And here, again, humanity is not something, it is not a manageable object that can be put on order, incorporated into political strategies or propaganda campaigns. Rather, it is no thing, a negativity proclaiming that humanity as an ontological ground of appearance is irreducible to any ontic uses and manipulations. Patočka's reflections on sacrifice are perplexing precisely because this experience cannot be reduced to a clear-cut formula, doctrine, or norm. In authentic sacrifice, human beings gain access to something beyond the given, yet that something higher provides no firm ground or dogma. In our daily lives, we strive to achieve closure with clear answers, unambiguous doctrines, and comfortable worldviews. Patočka's entire philosophical idea is directed against this sort of moral, political, and metaphysical closure. Yet he understands that for most people, the leap into the abyss proves too demanding. Hence, their wish to treat this horror of the void as a thing that can be grasped, tread upon, manipulated, and commanded. In other words, they want to make sacrifice another unproblematic slogan that could be utilized for specific political or pragmatic purposes. Okay, now the outlines of his idea of sacrifice for nothing are hopefully a bit clearer. But the key issue remains unresolved. Why did he eventually shift his focus away from ethico-political vocabulary to more existential-ontological discourse of nothingness and being? What is the relationship between his ethico-political reflections and his phenomenological reflections? Did he become disillusioned with political action, perhaps even with universal moral ideals that he emphasized so strongly on other occasions? To answer these questions, we have to turn to his heretical essays. Scholars typically express their shock regarding the tone and content of the sixth heretical essay. Recur is one of them. What is so shocking in this text? First, it is quite unusual to claim, as does Patočka, that the forces of the day, the forces of progress, science, technology, of everyday politics with its high-sounding ideals of peace and democracy, are in fact responsible for the intensification and prolongation of war experience in the 20th century. Second, it is striking to many that Patočka sees the possibility of overcoming this war-intensifying logic of the day in the horizon of the night, at the pinnacle of the frontline experience. How is it possible to seek a solution to the deep problems of the 20th century at the very peak of their practical manifestation? To understand that, we must take into account Patočka's broader interpretation of modernity. Relying mostly on Husserl, Heidegger, and Arendt, Patočka sees modernity as a gradual entrenchment of what he calls technoscience, an epoch of growing domination of mathematical and natural sciences that systematically reduce all reality to quantifiable and calculable material, to resources that can be managed and manipulated. Humans are inevitably drawn into this world picture as well, reduced to their roles or social functions, and objectified as things, tools, or means to achieve certain ends. And for him, what is important is that technoscience conceals the question of our relation to being, instead focusing all attention on beings. In other words, technoscience transports everything to an exclusively ontic level. What is lost in this process is the sense of mystery and the quest for deeper meaning. Crucially, for Patočka, this metaphysics of force, as he calls it in another place, is not only one possible viewpoint among others, but a worldview that has already significantly changed our perception of reality. Everything exists only to an extent that it can be accumulated and exploited as forces or reserves of energy. For human beings, this understanding of the world generates a sense of alienation from themselves and from nature, eventually transforming into a deep-rooted feeling of boredom. The outcome of mankind's growing technological capacities has thus been a steady increase in what Patočka calls quantifiable meaninglessness. In reaction to this deep-seated boredom and meaninglessness of modernity, some people will turn to what he calls the orgiastic and violence as a way of finding a surrogate of meaning. And the logic of the day is only happy about it, because through the intensification of conflicts and interpersonal animosities, the Earth's energies are released and organized much more effectively. That's how the progress of modernity becomes interlinked with the intensification of war experience, especially in the 20th century. But how is this logic of modernity related to the question of sacrifice? Patočka notes that the 20th century was full of sacrifices and sacrificial rhetoric. Tens of millions of people were sacrificed or sacrificed themselves for various military objectives and ideological beliefs. He finds this sort of sacrifice problematic and calls it relative or inauthentic. This standard understanding of sacrifice for him is economic or instrumental in nature. We sacrifice something, others or ourselves, to gain or achieve something, thus taking part in an economy of exchange. For Patočka, one of the most troubling facts is this heavy use of high-sounding moral and political ideals in political military discourses that justified last century's colossal sacrifices. This tendency encompasses the ideal of peace itself. I quote Patočka, "Peace and the day necessarily rule by sending humans to death in order to assure others a day in the future in the form of progress, of a free and increasing expansion of possibilities they lack today." Unquote. For Patočka, the issue lies not with the political or moral ideals themselves, but with the fact that they tend to be co-opted by technoscience. The latter is such a dominant worldview of modernity that it draws into its orbits not only things, nature, and persons, but political and moral ideals as well. The consequence of this process is the utilization of values by the state for economic and technological purposes. A techno-scientific mindset turns both normative ideals and people who subscribe to them into useful tools, thus reinforcing the stranglehold of the metaphysics of force. In modern wars, modern moral ideals often serve as catalysts of dehumanization, denigrating the humanity of one's enemies as well as one's fellow citizens, who are regarded not as unique persons with irreducible dignity, but rather as cogs in the grand ideological project and war machine. In this way, official sacrificial rhetoric loses its moral core and instead speeds up the further release and global extension of force. In Patočka's own lifetime, the prime example of this process was Soviet communism. Soviet crimes against humanity were largely unacknowledged because they were couched in the rhetoric of necessary sacrifices for noble ideals. Soviet criminality is a paradigmatic case of instrumental sacrifice, a sacrifice of others for something that sounds noble on paper. Needless to say, this communist deformation of the meaning of sacrifice only massively reinforced the dominance of technoscience. So the problem for Patočka is the following. When geared towards the ends of the day, political programs, war aims, ideological projects, the rhetoric of values loses its truth-disclosing capacity. It becomes instrumental, manipulative, detached from an existential and moral nature of human personhood. For Patočka, values and principles are only genuine when rooted in the ceaseless search for the truth of being and the recognition of our finitude. These aspects belong to the ontological level of existence. Patočka thus deepens his analysis of sacrifice not because he disavows his own genuine commitment to certain moral and political ideals. He remains truthful in his Charta 77 and other political texts, but because he sees that the real battle for the future of humanity lies at the more foundational, ontological level. For Patočka, the true saving grace of self-sacrifice is not a political military victory in this or that battle, but rather a fundamental transformation of our view of ourselves, others, and nature. This is why even in Charta 77 texts, Patočka puts his hopes in, I quote, something that in its very essence is not technological, something that is not merely instrumental, unquote. We may conclude that conceptualization of sacrifice as an alternative to techno-scientific thinking is a bridge that links Patočka's ethico-political and existential-ontological insights. Now, for dissidents and other political actors, this distinctly Patočkian struggle against the spirit of technoscience might seem irrelevant and beside the point, especially when more urgent practical issues are at stake. Nonetheless, Patočka glimpses that ethico-political sacrifice contains a potential to achieve more than just a victory in a specific context of particular states, nations, or regimes. He sees the possibility of conversion, metanoia, from the daily particularized positivity of specific goals to a much more fundamental rethinking, taking place in this abyss of nothingness of the universal horizon of being that encompasses and grounds our moral and political beliefs. In a sort of virtuous circle, the horizon of nothingness then makes our normative beliefs more real and authentic. For instance, only when we cease to view others instrumentally, merely as things or functions, the ontological level, can we genuinely appreciate the idea of human rights, practical or ontic level, which otherwise tends to become just another rigid ideological dogma or bureaucratic abstraction. To understand Patočka's intentions better, we may recall his and other dissidents' claim that Charta 77 was not a directly political movement, but rather engaged in anti-politics. Sacrifice for nothing is anti-political or non-political in the sense that its aim is not to sacrifice for something specific, for a particular political goal, program, or policy. It is not part of the daily business of party politics, reshuffling of political elites or institutional arrangements. Instead, sacrifice for nothing uncovers and problematizes the innermost core of our self-understanding and perception of the world, revealing the forgotten possibility to exist differently, liberated from the techno-scientific premises. At its peak, dissident anti-politics actualizes the ontological difference between being and beings. Dissident anti-politics that seeks a deep moral transformation of the whole society instead of engaging in ordinary institutional politics. Genuine sacrifice becomes indirectly political as it urges us to pursue our explicitly political ideals with a changed view of life, a different attitude that strengthens interpersonal solidarity, what he calls the solidarity of the shaken. Sacrifice for nothing, which might at first seem dubious as a choice of words, is thus an arousal of the spirit of problematicity and ceaseless questioning, a power of negativity that allows us to detach ourselves from things and to think about the whole, our place in the universe and the nature of human existence. Inevitably, this sort of sacrifice is a protest against political regimes that impose an unproblematic, unfree, and closed picture of the world. Crucially, as I already mentioned before, Patočka adds that sacrifice for nothing is at the same time sacrifice for everything and for all. It means that genuine self-sacrifice opens a universal horizon of meaning that is globally inclusive. And here we can hear echoes of the dissident slogan, "For your and our freedom." Initially, the sacrificial act may begin with a political goal in mind. To overthrow a tyrant or to regain national independence, but it only becomes a genuine saving grace when it aims at something even higher. The same with solidarity of the shaken. This sort of togetherness is not ethnic, national, or religious. It is global, and in that sense, truly human. Here, a truly authentic achievement of sacrifice is not for instance, an augmentation of Lithuanian or Czech or Ukrainian national fellow feeling, but a fundamental change of our attitude towards other human beings as human beings. That does not mean that national or cultural allegiances are unimportant, but through them one can go deeper and create a previously unimagined solidarity with others. Patočka was well aware that sacrifice for nothing had a very slim chance of influencing political life, since we, quote, continue to be fascinated by force, allow it to lead us along its paths, fascinating and deceiving us, making us its dupes, unquote. After wars and frontline experiences, people typically return to the old routines of life in balance, again focusing on the superficial layer of existence: work, career, entertainment, consumption. Although some cannot bear the contrast and commit suicide. That is why Patočka insists that we should maintain the heretical spirit of negativity even in peacetime, even in a stable liberal democracy, even after a political military victory and subsequent normalization of life. Otherwise, we quickly become complacent, nurturing care for possession and domination instead of care for the soul. In this context, sacrifice for nothing represents the key source of hope for humanity, repeatedly awakening our non-indifference, another beautiful term by Patočka, non-indifference, and sense of responsibility for the fate of the world. Okay, so this is how I see the continuity between various phases of Patočka's engagement with the question of sacrifice. Through the ontological difference, through this distinction between being and beings. His own Charta 77 texts are necessarily grounded in his broader philosophical considerations on modernity and technoscience. The ontic level of moral ideals and political goals is not self-standing or self-sufficient. It is dependent on the fundamental rethinking of our understanding, which is the task of ontology. If you leave ontology intact, concentrating only on the ethical moral dimension, Ethical moral ideals will either fail to achieve the potential of sacrifice, or, even worse, they will be co-opted by technoscience and employed by the logic of the day to further intensify our mutual conflicts. I don't know if I have any time left, no? Because I have a very beautiful and touching quote from Irina Tsibuk, a Ukrainian paramedic who lost her life in Kharkiv region and who wrote this post-mortem letter a year ago before her death to her brother, which kind of illustrates beautifully the...
Yeah, you have time for this, and then questions for you will be in the final session.
Okay. It's sad to me how we lead our frail lives, relying on societal approval so much that we only find true freedom in death alone. The only problem is that life ends, and then freedom bears no meaning. From today on, I don't care what people will say about me, about you, about this text, about anything. Whether these words get likes or not, in the end, no one's opinion matters to me anymore because I'm dead. Freedom is the highest value. Almost 25 years passed by, often bogged down by fears and insecurities. But these distractions had no place in my pursuit of freedom. I'm grateful to myself, my parents, my brother, my family, and my friends for allowing me to be free and live the life I wanted. In order to be free, you have to attain new kinds of values. You have to understand yourself well and know who you are, know what happiness means to you and how to achieve it. Once you have these answers, the most important thing is to keep moving forward. Here in Donetsk, I'm on my path, being myself and doing what I want. Nothing else matters really, which is why writing this letter comes so easily. Right this moment, same as the moment when my time comes, I have no regrets in the face of death, because I'm finally living the life that I wanted. I won't lie. To feel this true freedom, I'll need more rounds of therapy, face more fears, and shed more tears. Today, everything is behind me. My life is over, and it was important for me to live with dignity, to be honest, kind, and loving. Today, we are working for the heroes, and it's a great way to reaffirm my values, to be that person truly. Thank you to everyone who loved me and supported me. Don't mourn me. Life is so short. If it continues after death, we'll meet again. My brother, don't worry about me. I stopped worrying about you when you turned 17. Today you had your first tour of princely Lviv, and I'm so proud of you. Whoever you choose to be, trust yourself, listen to yourself, love yourself, and live a happy life. If I can, I'll support you from heaven. But what really matters is that while I was alive, we loved each other and were wonderful siblings. Those were good times. Let these memories warm you and motivate you, but don't let them upset you. To have the strength to be a free person, you must be brave. Only the brave find happiness, and it is better to die running than to live rotting. Be worthy of the feats of our heroes, don't despair, and be brave. So this letter just kind of reminded me of Patočka when I read it, because this is a kind of sacrifice for nothing, which is at the same time sacrifice for everything and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Simas, for your talk, and indeed it's a pity that we don't have time for the questions now, but please reserve them for the evening. And now I would like to invite the last speaker of this session between the break, Nerijus Maliukevičius, who is from political sciences. And when we formulated this title of our event, Philosophy of War and Philosophy at War, we had in mind not only philosophy as academic discipline, but we had in mind all our professions. So political scientists, at war, theoretician of art at war, film director at war. So now Nerijus will present his view from political science perspective. Please.
Thank you, Nerijus, for including political scientists in the discussion of philosophers. The joke of today is that we have a kind of a distance of political scientists and philosophers from discussions. So hopefully we have more inclusion and kind of a good talk here. From my side, I would like to share maybe my impressions, my story of political scientist working with Kremlin's disinformation, of change that we are going through, especially in understanding better the way Kremlin is using its malign strategies of propaganda and disinformation against us. I called this title of my presentation, Merchants of Doubt from Moscow, Kremlin's Offensive Against the West. And basically, it's a borrowed title. I will explain a bit. It was used previously by other authors. But I would like to start maybe with general impression of how political scientists lived like several decades ago in the field of foreign policy, propaganda analysis, and media studies, and that impression was of a full optimism of end of history, victory of liberal democracy, and the era of soft power. The idea that there will be a battle of projects, and in the end, Western project will prevail, ideological project, Western story, political story. And basically, it is an optimistic memory of this very simplistic description of communication as a process. If you take out the miss part from this description, you would get a totally obvious definition of communication being a process by which people exchange information and seek understanding and agreement and then share ideas. And this is the optimism of decades ago. I would say probably now we are on the other extreme. We are in the age of pessimism and looking into how various malign actors, not just Kremlin, are using basically the strategy of divide and conquer against us. But I would put this back in the equation. I would say, you may be creative on the soft power side, but at the same time, you can be creative in a very aggressive manner, and miscommunication or put it disinformation be based on the idea of using the same process with intent of building more misunderstanding, building more disagreement, and so on. And actually, it has two aspects in this equation. There is an objective reality of all new media environment, but at the same time, there is this realization that authoritarian network, albeit, imperial network, is getting better in using those malign strategies against us. And I would like maybe to remind several aspects and turn this story into this understanding this old new strategy, just reminding that the traditional interpretation of propaganda by Loswell looked into both aspects of it, the way you actually are looking into the aspirations of the audience, but at the same time you are looking into the discontent aspect of the audience, and you try to harness it for your benefit. And in this way, I put those two different eras, or the era of optimism and the era of pessimism, in those two different books or two different stories, where on one side you had the era of looking into the power of propaganda through the lens of Noam Chomsky and other media scientists at the time. Unfortunately, now a full-blown pro-Kremlin, podcaster. But, manufacturing consent being the idea how you structure your propaganda efforts on this basically positive story, using all the resources to, rally around your ideology, or be it your agenda, and so on. But there's another story which I borrow from quite a different field. The book is called Merchants of Doubt, and ergo there's my title of the talk. And this book is about how, at the time, tobacco companies basically fought with experts and expertise and medical expertise about emerging, scientific data about health hazards of tobacco. And the whole idea was actually to work hard on discrediting the facts, discrediting the medical, community, and basically, continue with your, businesses. But the whole idea was that doubt became a product for them. In this way, you could delay decisions that would, stop your business. You could deflect responsibility, and you could depress trust in expertise and facts long enough to protect your market share value and basically regulation problems. And in this respect, I caught this kind of a lineage or linkage together with the challenges of nowadays fake news and conspiracy theories and so on. But I would say it can be put even into the packaging of today's Kremlin strategy. And to explain this, I wanted to use some visuals. I mean, coming from other, faculty, I like, PPTs and visuals here to illustrate my, comments. So this is the fresco from St. Pierre's Lejeune church in Strasbourg, March of the Nations towards the Cross. The story is illustrative because it's 14th century, 15th century personalized illustrations of nations towards first soft power project, the religious project of Europe. Not the political of European Union, but the religious one. And the way Lithuania is represented here, I think brings up a point for our discussion. So here are all the nations on the right to this soft power project. And this is how Lithuania looks like in this march. It's the last one in the fresco. It's not on the horse, not having an easy ride. And it's marching towards the cross, looking backwards, right? Like one another screenshot, having not an easy ride. I'm actually a bit messing with the audience here as well, looking into Poland having a easy horse ride here, and Lithuania, following through and so on. But the point being that there is this soft power project, but there is this internal discontent in the different, societies, cultures, that actually can become a focus of your strategy. So you actually can present not the alternative soft power project, but you can actually work hard on this specific doubt and lack of self-esteem and so on. And in this way, I usually play with this meme from Euromaidan times that was frequently used by Vkontakte Russian groups representing the Ukrainian at the crossroads, the same, doubt and appeal question that is brought to the center of this whole strategy. Yes, there is this soft power project. I don't know how effective it is anymore, right? The Russian World Project. But then there is this, focus for, doubt and self-esteem and all the negative aspects of your Western choice, right? So, it's just an illustration to focus you on this alternative, modus operandi of Kremlin strategy. When there is no more ideological attraction project of the Soviet Union, a communist utopia project, you can actually, and the Russian World Project is collapsing, you can actually find comfort and find the focus in specifically working on this, alternative project, the project of doubt. And to add on top of how and why this type of approach can be effective and why it works, I usually use the example of Kasim Kossam, who actually looked into the way why conspiracy stories and fake news are becoming so much popular in nowadays. And in his book and in his talks, he used this example that I would like just to voice again and just show you the paradoxical situation of contemporary media environment. He used the example of so-called alarm system. And he directly gave this for audience. He said, well, imagine that you are living in the high crime district in your town. And because of that, each morning you put on alarm system and you are confident that you are safe and you are going to your work and then you are continuing with your everyday life and then you forget about all this stuff, right? But imagine that you at work, you have the usual troll or the colleague that makes fun of you sometime and he starts saying things like, but you're so absent-minded. Are you sure that you turned your alarm system back at home this morning? And we all remember, coming back to check the lock, to check the gas, and suddenly you are starting to lose confidence even in the things that you did, right? So, and he gives this example in the context of conspiracy stories and constant chatter and information noise that we are living in. We are starting to lose confidence even in the known things about, I don't know, medical expertise, political facts, democratic processes, and so on. So it becomes objectively, but if the malign actor puts additional effort to work on this, he can really create a big, clash in your information environment and division in your information environment. And this is why I then come back a bit to the history of how this modus operandi works. In essence, this approach towards aggressive use of communication process is very well represented by, this is an ex-Stasi officer speaking actually to young Stasi officers in his lecture on how to do propaganda and so on. This became known when his lecture notes were made public in German archives. And one of the quotes he goes forward is that, well, those strategies, our friends in Moscow call it disinformatia, our enemies in America call it active measures, and I, dear friends, call it my favorite pastime. It's all about artistic kind of approach towards it, your heart that you put in it, and the idea that you can work on those weaknesses in your opponent's environment in such a way that it will, be beneficial for you. I will not stick to any definitions and so on, but looking into the Russian Kremlin's school of thought, there is this idea of reflexive control being used in it in military texts. I'm not sticking with this long quote here, but in it you will find all aspects of this manipulation with your opponent's weaknesses and so on. So it goes with distraction, overload with information, paralysis with fear, using exhaustion, deception, division, and so on and so on. So, I mean, when we are entering this new era of new type of or old new type of Kremlin's propaganda and disinformation, I asked ChatGPT to illustrate the older Soviet-type propaganda resources and efforts. So definitely, I mean, it was the prompt that I made, and actually, with the Soviet part, ChatGPT put ideology in the center. But in this contemporary Kremlin part, I think the artificial intelligence bot did quite well. I mean, it put forward just the resources that you need to play with all those weaknesses and divisions and so on. So in this respect, we, with our colleagues, we spoke last evening already about Peter Pomorantsev looking into and so on, but the whole probably strategy is well represented in the whole idea that you create a mystique that in the end nothing is true and everything is possible. So your knowledge, your confidence, even in your own political system, in your democratic processes and so on, it can be dubious and so on. And my suggestion would be if you would look into the roots of this strategy and how it then translates into contemporary way of, Kremlin's approach of its strategy towards the West. It's definitely Thomas Reed, extensive history of specifically this aspect of active measures and how the Soviets created the whole system, where Putin was a part of it, where Putin was working in Dresden on those specific tasks as vis-a-vis Western German, audiences. And in this book, there are several examples that I would like to use and then transform it into contemporary challenges. So one example that is put forward is the example of Operation Neptune, which was implemented by Czechoslovak Secret Service colonel at the time, Ladislav Bittman. He himself defected to the West, therefore why in the end he wrote about that even his own book. But this is the photo from Czechoslovak archives, Secret Service archives, how Ladislav Bittman implemented the whole operation. The operation was about finding a trove of secret Nazi documents implicating Western German politicians of being Nazi collaborators during Second World War. So the whole idea was to create a fake, basically, but to create the fake with such a drama, which you see in the photo. So you had to put forged documents into the box, put them into the lake, then fish them out, and then tell a story of this. Why I'm telling this specific example, just to make you paradoxically think that contemporary active measures via virtual social networks don't need this drama and mystique anymore. You can simply bombard this audience that you are targeting with a more simplistic, but the same way, fakes that would achieve those goals. Another example is the Operation Swastika that was specifically targeting Western Berlin, and the idea was to create the story of alleged anti-Semitism in Western Berlin and Western politicians. And the whole operation was done by Soviet agents at the time. And the way it was actually then researched by Thomas Ridd was quite interesting, because it was about using physical means to create this media, impression. So this is a story back from 1959, and this is example from Paris, which was totally researched as well by French agency Visionum as Kremlin's operation, specifically during Israeli Gaza start of the war, and the idea was to paint David Star, graffitis on Jewish quarters to clash Muslim population with Jewish population. So, what's here for Lithuania to take a note? This is a Lithuanian graffitis that started appearing in Vilnius. For international, colleagues, maybe this is out of the topic, but this is our nowadays quite, extensive discussions about the challenge of Litvinism, parahistorical narrative from Belarus, trying to tell a story of Lithuanian Grand Duchy as the story of Belarus, and so on and so on. But the whole idea that you see this being a clash in this society specifically, and then you paint a specific message, physical message to make this clash even worse. This screenshot is taken from specific disinformation video that was circling around, and actually with additionally added geographical markings. If you would follow through, the markings are exactly at our military mobilization center in Lithuania. So to put the message even geographically into the specific place and so on. The translation is Latvians are coming, meaning that those types of Belarus, kind of a historical interpreters are coming after Vilnius, you could tell a story. And the history of Soviet Union active measures is quite illustrative, because it really should teach us something. It's the way Radio Free Europe looked like after bombing in 1981. This is the way IKEA supermarket warehouse looked like in Vilnius, and French supermarket, Polish supermarket looked like a year ago. And this is the way you actually transform those active measures to contemporary strategic operations. This is specific pictures from attacks against our historical monuments. In all cases, all the perpetrators were apprehended, but the story has this déjà vu moment on the way really those operations are being implemented. So this is the same monument on several attacks. So actually, what we are seeing more and more is not so much strategic soft power projects in our region, in our audiences, but a very aggressive, a very physical operations against our core emotional triggers, our values and so on. So when looking into those two different worlds of Soviet-type propaganda or soft power propaganda and nowadays approach, I would say, yeah, you can maybe look into old type of International, which was in the Cold War days, Soviet Communist International. And nowadays you have this new new international, which Anton Chekhov called tango noir, a very good tango noir, meaning from all extreme branches, extreme right, extreme left, you dance with everyone. That is useful for your goal. Actually, I really loved the Polish title for this, Putin's Agents of Chaos, right? The ones that create more and more chaos in your environment, you just help them out the same way as it was in Cold War days with useful idiots or so on. So this is the guy Grzegorz Braun, which for Polish colleague quite notable probably. In the photo, this is his action during Prime Minister Tusk's inauguration in Polish Parliament, where at the same time when the inauguration happened, he decided to use extinguisher on menorah. And the whole narrative media frenzy was not about the new prime minister, but about this action and anti-Semitic sentiment still somewhere in Poland, right? So a reminder of those types of operations. And it's not about old type human operations or human networks that you use to implement those operations. In many ways, it's about new type virtual and social networks that then are being used to spread those doubts, to weaponize those doubts. In this specific research, the fire hose of falsehood model, it was a big European investigation by a group of journalistic outlets, which looked into those fringe internet news sites that were basically collaborating with each other in sharing different conspiracy theories, pro-Kremlin narratives, and so on. And the interesting finding, and I will not go into this, basically was that in the center of the network, not the human network, but the virtual network of this operation were two types of internet projects. The first one was Russian, and the other was big conspiracy sites from America and so on. So in one was Prigozhin media empire, and in the other were all the InfoWars and so on. And the idea was that you needed to feed the center with conspiracies and resources in order for those fringe sites to then collaborate and share it further, and to make it as their product and product for those given societies in Lithuania, elsewhere. So going to the end and just showing you the information picture of those types of operations that we are dealing in Lithuania as well as in Poland, because this specific operations are, multi-country wise. I will not go into details of this is Operation Ghostwriter, but those are fake stories with cyber attacks against news portals and so on. But the counter strategy usually centers around the idea that we somehow need to debunk all those narratives, to debunk all those fake stories and so on. Basically, I'm happy to use even this cat slide here, because the idea is really to find the early missile launch of the fake story, even with the automated system, right? With the artificial intelligence system that here's the information operation that already is starting. We will find it out and we will debunk it. But this is, I think, a very challenging approach, because the way Kremlin actually weaponizes those doubts is not just with the information bias and all the resources put in those information operations. He is usually adding a very important aspect that we are not dealing with yet. And this comes from Harari approach towards a naive look into information and look into information as power. I think we are looking into very naive into information and disinformation, and Putin is looking into this strategy as the strategy of power. And I will end up with a slide and explain it. The way Putin is working with us in the West, he is coming up to podcasts like Carlson podcast, and he is telling us the history of Ukraine, which is totally nonsense. And then Carson looks like that, we in the West look like that similarly, we don't get it, right? He spends like, 1 hour and a half telling this nonsense story, but he's backing his story with tanks and guns on the front line in Ukraine. So he's creating his mystique world physically on the front line, while we in the West, looking naively into all those counter-information strategies and so on, we think that, oh, okay, so we will debunk him. We will tell how history really is, what are the facts, things like that. But we are not backing it with our power resources, with our military resources, economic resources, and so on. And in this respect, we will be always on the losing ground in, be it soft power, be it aggressive, sharp and dark power strategies, because he will back those ideologies always with this power capacities, and we don't. So with that, I would like to end, and maybe, I don't know what is the plan with the questions.
Yes, we have time for questions. I saw Przemek wanted to comment, probably, or you reacted to those Polish realities, and that was...
I'm not sure whether I can interrupt what Milerius said. I rather agree that this whole climate, or the way how the figure, this disgusting figure of Grzegorz Braun was created is absolutely backed up by Kremlin. And there's no doubt about it. But if I will pose a question, because I'm not sure whether I understand your last point in the conclusion. Are you saying, because in case of Putin's aggression in Ukraine and the West, this seems to be very clear. That there is this need for having something much more serious than just a rhetorical device to respond. But doesn't mean it's like a universal scenario for working with current disinformation. How should we respond to, let's say, American attempts to undermine European values, European ideas? We just say kind of, military power.
I maybe would break up this question into several fold, because if let's start with the usual suspects, with Russia. So in this case, the traditional approach when we are challenged by those strategies is usually to go into this optimistic and naive way of countering everything with debunking approaches and things like that. If we think more deeper, you would find those discussions saying, okay, so if we are faced with this weaponization of our internal doubts, there are then necessities to work harder on our own divisions, on our democratic weaknesses and things like that. And that's okay. This is the way usually, actually in the Baltic states, we approach the challenge of working with Russian communities, not minorities. I'm actually using the communities idea and the way, stealing away this idea that they are, Russian compatriots and saying that they are our compatriots and then, working with that. So there may be some benefit in saying that, well, if they are attacking our democratic processes, our media, we should work harder on strengthening those and so on. But what we are not doing, anything about is actually to putting, I don't know, in nice terms, hard power resources behind our values, behind our strategy, behind our, approach of this democratic nexus and so on. So what I would think is to be more active offensively in the information realm. And okay, I don't know, in a philosophy format, but we can, think of, being more militarily, maybe strategic, using their own weaknesses in their own society against, Putin's regime and so on. So, but that's, and we are not there anyhow. We are not there yet. I mean, and it was a Cold War story when the West was actually, fighting this on a serious matter with clandestine operations and so on. But as regards to US, this other question mark, so yeah, you make it even more problematic because in the past there was this, unity of effort in the West, Europe and United States together and so on. So I would say our main, strategy would be somehow to keep US on this agenda on board still, although we see that, it's a big challenge. Yeah.
If I may
sure.
Just comment to the first part.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult situation because now when you were responding to the first part,
yeah.
I was thinking about Polish because I was called by Nerijus to say something about the Polish nobles. I was thinking about this recent drones attack on board. And I was really desperate to read the reports, according to which 38% of Polish respondents say that it was Ukrainians who started camps. 38%. 32% that they were Russians. And 5% said that it was probably NATO and it was not. My prediction is that a year ago, only 5% would say that perhaps that was Ukrainians. And 45 or 50% would say, or 60 or 70 would say that it was clearly Russian. Now, why am I so desperate about this course? Because I don't see, it's not about polarization, like you say, you have Russian communities here, or let's think about Latvia, where you have huge minority, 30% Russians. Yes? So you cannot attack their weaknesses. But now the situation is the situation to which I refer is very difficult because it seems that we are kind of the situation is a little bit hopeless, in my opinion. What can we do? What should we do? Everyone knows very well who stands behind it. And yet 38% of Polish population. Of course, there is a Žiūra for Russia and so forth. But his support is like 6%. So there is something really hopelessness that we are lacking the means of serious counter-operations, effective counter-operations.
So you are asking me of, I don't know, some optimism, but I would relate the same way from my side.
Perhaps about some
strategies, yeah.
Without having such a polarization like in Latvia or in Lithuania, we don't have Russian communities in Poland.
I mean, there is no golden recipe. I would say that we are probably moving into digital Middle Ages with all the things that are happening, and we are moving objectively with the way information environment is changing. I mean, you don't need the Kremlin or any other populist to they make things worse. But it happens objectively. I mean, even the researchers on conspiracy theories are the paradox of why conspiracy theories sprung again is that, you suddenly find that those are, the flat earthers, they are in one community, and so you suddenly create an identity of your own from social reality on internet. You see that there are flat earthers elsewhere. There is this joke of, the International Conference of Flat Earthers happening somewhere, and, from around the world, they gather for this international event. I mean, so in this respect, what you are saying, we are probably following everywhere, that there is this, enormous internet noise and chatter and so on. The expertise is becoming less relevant in this kind of environment. And if we are speaking about, digital Middle Ages, maybe there will be hopefully some time for digital enlightenment, but it will get worse before it gets better. I mean, we usually, as a human species, learn only from, the pain and the mistakes. So I really don't see any, optimistic strategies in how to counter this. And the way actually it is countered, in many ways, it may be counterproductive, even, trying to suppress those, fringe groups and so on. Then they become even more, polarized and so on.
By becoming better politicians.
Yeah, but there is two-way street. So we are thinking how to deal with that. But when I'm speaking about artistic, creative disinformers on the other side, right? They may work on this topic exactly the same way. Okay, so objectively, we are given a very good opportunity by all the social media, by all the evolution in information. So how can we use it to achieve our goals? We want to do operations against Poland and Lithuania, like an old active measures ways. We would need human agents to do this. Now we have Telegram channels. We recruit young teenagers for $50 to do operation against IKEA. I mean, the modus operandi, the thinking is the same. The technology enables you to achieve even more. And if you add artificial intelligence algorithms on this, you can actually, create more and more internal chaos and so on. So I would tell you more about how bad the situation is and how worse it will get probably, and the recipes are not here yet.
Thank you. Volodymyr, last question.
So you were talking mostly about information defense. What about information defense? Should we start the same operations? And we yesterday talked to you about
Yeah.
So Britain was doing information operations against Nazi Germany. Very smart. Should Europe do the same?
Absolutely, yes. That's the simple answer. I mean, even with the way some cyber operations were done previously, there was a case of specifically Dutch cyber officers monitoring how Prigozhin's troll factories are operating and then making some information public. I mean, that would be the approach, but there was a case, I don't know how, verified later it was, but there was a pronouncement that US is closing offensive cyber operations vis-a-vis Moscow as a step towards, peace agreement and so on and so on. But, for example, Stephen Kotkin is speaking about it in his ideas on how potential, outcome could be, and he's saying that, one way to put pressure, even for peace talks on Putin, is do aggressive clandestine operations against what is important to him. It's his personal, safety, wealth, family, and so on. So, and that, Putin is, assassinating, people, politicians, activists in Europe, and we are thinking how to not intimidate him, so definitely the way to go.
Thank you, Nerijus. Thank you.
So, beginning our second part of the conference, it is my great pleasure to present to you Przemysław Bursztyka, professor from the Faculty of Philosophy of Warsaw University. And Przemysław, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laurenas, and thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure to speak again in the Vilnius University. The title of my talk is Possibility of War/War as a Possibility. Phenomenological Remarks on War Against Ukraine and Beyond. And it is important to read it again, even though you all have this in the program, the title, because there was no abstracts in the program, and I put more precisely in the abstract what this will be about. And basically my talk is to be a commentary on actually one sentence, which I found in a book by Ukrainian writer Oksana Zabushko, who wrote that when she was traveling or walking through the streets of Poland, Warsaw, Gdańsk, but also streets of Lithuania, she had an impression that Poles and Lithuanians experienced this war as if it were their own war. And now, obviously, this as if is very important here. But even if we concentrate on this as if, the questions are, can we say that in any legitimate way? Can we say that someone else's war is my own war, as if? And if we can, on what grounds? Obviously, again, this as if is here very important. There are very clear limitations to such a statement. This is my own war, or I experience this as my own war. It is Ukrainians, and only Ukrainians, who face that war in the brutally direct way. And yet, the intensity of agitation, the unconditional and unshakable, taking absolutely unprecedented, highly organized forms support, the all-national movement throughout at least, I would say, at least a year, it was very difficult to find a person not doing at least some little things in Poland to support, to back up, and so on and so forth. All this suggests that there is something in Oksana Zabushko's statement. But what kind of more precise meanings we can find in that, except this level of intensity of agitation and so on and so forth? So first two meanings which I can find here are quite obvious, maybe even trivial. So first, the experience of a risk of a direct exposure to the war itself. Some of my fellow citizens, not too many, but still, indeed felt a deep fear of that kind. It was kind of funny to observe the huge boys being pale with fear, because they expected that after 3 days, Ukraine will be defeated and Poland will be in the next 3 days. also defeated. So that was something common, especially the first days of the full-scale war. The second meaning, much less emotional, based on the calculative reasoning prediction concerning possibility of war. It was like saying actual war against Ukraine clearly means possibility of war against Poland, against Europe. It seems that it is in Poland and in Lithuania, this understanding, and now more and more common to the whole of Europe, was something natural and common from the first minutes of the war. But clearly there was something more, much more to that, something suggesting a deeper meaning of this experience, something indicating a sort of, maybe ephemeral, but still pre-existing community, also a sort of shared world. So another two meanings would be as follows. This phenomenon leads us to some intersubjective communal ties based on historical layers of sedimented experiences, and in this sense constituting, on passive affective level, a form of commonly shared civic and axiological world. And the fourth meaning, a bit more precise, can be described by this known phenomenon and described by celebrated phrase by Jan Patočka, of whom we already hear today. Solidarity of the shaken. Community of those who understand what does it mean to face darkness. So that was the fourth meaning. Community of those who have experienced an exposure to Russian darkness. In the two latter cases, what is at play is a special form of social consciousness. While thinking about the latter phenomenologically, it is worth reminding that in Husserl we can find at least its four different forms. So we have empathic consciousness, which is a kind of spontaneous experience of consciousness of other subjects. Synthetic consciousness of the world, which is a kind of experience of the world as the same for different subjects. Social consciousness, which basically means a sense of being a member of a certain group, say a family or a social class or even a nation. And fourth meaning, or fourth type, consciousness of a higher order sui generis, which realizes itself in certain actions. Assuming that Husserl's phenomenology can work with this kind of phenomena, it is an adequate philosophical instrument, assuming that it is an adequate philosophical instrument for analyzing and interpreting them, still the questions arise. Does it fit to the Polish experience taken separately? Or can the scope of its application be broadened as to comprise both components, Polish and Ukrainian, in their essential connection? I forgot to add that I concentrate on the Polish experience. Zabushko's statement concerns Polish and Lithuanian, and obviously I'm not in a position to speak about Lithuanian experience. Concerning the first question, does it fit into the Polish experience taken separately? From the phenomenological perspective, what we, Poles, experience directly is this fourth type of consciousness, actualized in collective actions based on what Husserl called a community of will. For Husserl, such a community can be realized on the basis of the communal shared world, where the latter is always experienced as already constituted by the community and the communalized subjects. That is, subjects who recognize that they are always already among other subjects. And second, they are co-responsible for the community. That is, for defending and realizing its guiding values and ideals in particular actions. This could explain still, in a rather formal and static way, Polish active response to the war against Ukraine. But in fact, it can explain, in my opinion, only its pragmatic dimension. However, the unprecedented scale and intensity of this response indicates some fundamental insufficiency of such a classical phenomenological interpretation. It seems to me that it has two shortcomings. First, underestimation of historicity or historical dimension of that experience. And second, the very fact that this experience originated in form of responsiveness, that is, as a response for the call coming from the other, explicitly or implicitly. Thus, from philosophical perspective, it would be somehow futile to analyze these two aspects, namely Polish response and Ukrainian condition of being in war, separately. And that would require either far-reaching extension of Husserl's scheme or rejecting it as not really adequate mode of analysis. Staying with the Husserlian perspective will require that either we will uncritically assume the existence of the common shared world of Poles and Ukrainians, we simply take it for granted, or we will describe it, or we will describe from an egoic perspective the experience of the war. The second option would necessarily mean objectification of Ukrainians and their outstanding courage and power of resilience. So it seems that both options are a bit unfortunate. It seems that there is a third way, a bit more promising, at least at the first glance. That is a subtle combination of the first and the second perspective. So the proposed approach, without resigning from the collective first-person perspective, starts with an act of recognition of the subjecthood of what is experienced. In this sense, one can speak about an experience of a second degree. What I mean by that? The first-hand experience of exposure to Ukrainian pain and suffering, but also unshakable resilience, courage, and so forth, works as a vehicle to the experience of Ukrainians. And this kind of experience is not reducible to a simple form of empathy or compassion, to some kind of exercise in vicarious imagination, which can lead to an action, but doesn't have to. Rather, we should speak here about a phenomenon of responsiveness which turns into taking an active responsibility. This active responsibility is not only about taking it for those in need, but also for the world which appears from within the experience as the world built upon delicate connecting links between the two parties. In this sense, the essence of the experience of a second degree lies in inseparable character of both components. Images of war, horrific testimonies of Ukrainian refugees as much as their grave silence, outstanding resoluteness and resilience of those on the front lines and also those outside of Ukraine. All these have worked as a content of experience, but also as a call awaiting response from us. The Ukrainian experience of war is irreducible, unrepeatable, unique. And as such, it gives itself to us with precisely these characteristics. I would like to point out just a couple of constitutive, in my view, components or moments or aspects of this experience seen from the perspective I call the phenomenology of war as a phenomenology of an experience of a second degree. And this is not meant as a kind of an outline of more systematic phenomenology, but rather, as the title suggests, some remarks. So first I would like to underscore historicity of that experience. And let me start from the quote from the Ukrainian movie. I suppose many of you, if not all of you, know that movie, entitled Cyborgs, about the heroic defenders of the Donetsk airport in the first phase of Russian war against Ukraine. Even though it is from this period, I believe this is very emblematic for the whole war and how we and Ukrainians experience this war. So Serpan, who before the war, one of the heroes of the movie, who before the war was a teacher of the history, and now, in the story, is the commander of the battalion, asks his soldiers about their motivations to be there, and responds as a kind of a conclusion. I quote, "We must be here. We must think how all this was possible. We must know history and analyze our mistakes. If we are here, it means we agree to pay for the past, to protect the present, and be responsible for the future." End of quote. While observing this war, it is difficult not to see how, in the case of Ukraine, a vital sense of historicity is present and lived through both collectively and individually. How it is actualized on both the institutional and existential level. Ukrainians from within this dramatic present moment are not only capable of unfolding a deeper understanding of their past, both quite recent, struggle with the Soviet Union and its heritage, and much older, the origins of their ethos, Cossacks' hetmany, but also project a future guided by a commonly, synchronically, and generatively shared purpose, that of becoming free, self-determined people. And this purpose is a fundamental link connecting their past, present, and futures. This historicity constitutes a significant dimension of our experience, with both positive and negative components at play. It is those delicate historical connecting links what constituted the all-national, transgenerational attitude of the solidarity of the shaken. We were there. That's why we cannot act otherwise than standing together for them. But it is not only about being confronted at different moments of history with Russian imperialism. It is also about the simple fact that our fates were joined throughout history, for better or worse. And they will be so. Poles recognized that from the very beginning. Obviously not in a form of some scholarly attitude, but rather in a form of pre-reflective consciousness, sometimes based on uneasy memories. And so this barbarian war has revealed that again, an unbreakable community of history and experience between us. And if we stand to defend that community, it means that we agree to pay for the past, to protect the present, and be responsible for the future. The second aspect I would like to underscore, space-times. Each war profoundly changes human sense of space and time. Extensive qualities turn into intensive ones. The lived time undergoes significant transformations driven by phenomena of uncommon, or rather articulated in the phenomena of uncommon and unnatural condensation and extension. The body is a subject of these shifts as well as its carrier. It radiates with them. There are many images presenting an intensive space-times in Ukraine itself, from the frontline experiences, through civilian experiences of being under heavy shelling, to experiences of hiding in the underground shelters. But there are also other images presenting slightly different intensive spaces. I am thinking here specifically about two places: the Polish city of Przemysł and the railway station Warszawa Wschodnia in the first weeks of the full-scale war. Both filled out with countless thousands of people flying from the war zone. I knew both these places very well before the war. But in these horrific weeks, nothing left from the sense of familiarity. Excuse me. Those were completely different places. Frozen temporality, sense of terror, disorientation, impotence, despair, emanating from the bodies of those seeking a safe haven. And yet, as if against all these emotions, there was something more, giving these places absolutely unique atmosphere. All-pervasive emotion of hope. Everything looked like these places were spiritual and ethical battlefields where the darkness and light were joined in a deadly clash. And we were there, taking part in that clash. There is also space in a different ethical sense. The space of mattering, to use the celebrated phrase from Charles Taylor. This war, as we perceive and experience it, is the war in defense of a cultural space built upon values we share. Freedom, truth, human dignity, respect for others and for oneself, and so forth. The barbarian attack on that space is an attack on the space we share with Ukraine. It was an attack on our values, on our world, an attack on our identities. This has been the prevalent experience of the war among Poles. That's why one of the aspects of that experience was a deep conviction that Ukrainians, while defending their country, defend our space of mattering, our world. The third aspect, how much time left? Plenty, okay. Being against death. An individual life is the highest unnegotiable value. But the life of an individual deprived of dignity can be unbearable, as can be the life of a degraded, abased, and enslaved nation. There are some lines from which humans should not step back, lines on which they must stand in order to maintain their very identity, even at the most painful, highest price. In this sense, the courageous confrontation with the death and darkness coming on Ukraine from beyond eastern borders is the way to confirm resolutely Ukrainian collective identity. But this, if we stay here only here, we would have to admit that perhaps Heidegger is correct by saying that human being is being towards death. And I believe this is just a partial interpretation. Because this is not a confirmation of a human finitude in our being towards death, in order to gain in this way a better awareness of our condition and a sense of freedom. What Ukrainian resoluteness and resilience has revealed before us is rather something opposite. In all their efforts, from soldiers' involvement into deadly clashes on the battlefields, to the simplest acts confirming a sense of unity of the people confronted with the limit situation, Ukrainians have shown us that human being is in fact one great effort to oppose death. The spectacular level of social mobilization, where it is difficult to find anyone not doing something, the all-pervasive sense of obligation to always do more, I found especially touching descriptions of that feeling in the journals of the Ukrainian soldier and before the war journalist and writer Artem Chapai. The unshakable attitude of firmness in face of ever new cruelties of Russian invaders. Holding firm in such circumstances is nothing else than a profound emotion of hope. That is, for transgressing the finite, which is a name for transgressing the finite, apparently unnegotiable circumstances, doing that as if against all rational predictions, against all odds, without negation, turning them into something hopeful. This is the ground of human being against death. And this is precisely what we have recognized in the prevalent attitude of Ukrainian resilience. And this was also a ground for how we have responded to the war. For months, it was difficult to find in Poland a person who did not do at least some little things to help, to back up, to support. Let alone all those taking days off or even sabbatical in their works to fully devote themselves to organizing broader and more systematic forms of help, or those ready to share with Ukrainian refugees their homes. It was like a mass, all-national movement, the movement which, triggered by the initial shock and agitation, very quickly turned into resoluteness. People often not knowing each other before, and I took part in such initiatives, so I know this experience of just being in the middle of a group in which a second before I didn't know anyone. Were constituting spontaneously collective subjects to provide different forms of support for Ukrainians, here and in Ukraine. Most of them were highly systematic and well arranged. Most of them were based on a careful recognition of the real needs of Ukrainians. This all-national spirit was permitted by the emotion of hope. We must hold firm. We must stand together for them in their existential trial, in their courageous existential fight. So it was not so much about fear, this experience of Ukrainian war as our war. It was at the beginning about the experience of anger and then the profound experience of hope, that we can hold firm, that we can stand together, and that we can together defeat the darkness. And now I would like to say a couple of words as the last point of my talk about the ontological status of the war, because it is already suggested in the title of my talk. So, how the war gives itself? Of course, it manifests itself as an unbearable reality of darkness, cruelty, inhumanity, barbarism, as an actuality of pure evil. And yet this dark actuality is just one side of its reality. I claim that the war's mode of manifestation is that of event. I'm not going to expand a lot about that, what is phenomenologically understood as an event. I just mentioned the main characteristics. So it is always radically unique. That's the first characteristic. The second, that it is excessiveness. It is given in a form of excess experience that is beyond and against actual points of reference, available categories and schemes of understanding. It inaugurates a kind of hermeneutic. I will skip that. As an experience which constantly challenges our power of understanding and as such still presents a task. Probably that's why we are here today, to think about what war means. So it escapes all efforts at reducing it to whatever precedes it, to any essence, the actualization of which it would be. It manifests, and therefore, it manifests itself, and that would be the third and the most important, probably, characteristics, only and exclusively in and as its very possibility. Therefore, it not only transcends metaphysical schemes, but more importantly, it constitutes itself as, in a sense, an absolute point of reference, that is, as having an authority to redefine reality. It carries a potential for reconstructing and reconfiguring cultural reality. And that also includes possibility of thinking and acting otherwise. I had just at the beginning of the lunch break a short chat with Volodymyr, who slightly undermined my point. But I believe that one of those things which we can see in this war, which is implied by this phenomenological understanding of the category of possibility as a potential for redefining, reconstructing, or reconfiguring reality, is the fact that Ukraine, almost from the very beginning, is winning the cultural war against Russia. But also, what is here important is the unprecedented consolidation of Ukrainian society around commonly shared values. The unprecedented level of creativity, both on the front lines in military actions and in the artistic, intellectual, spiritual life. Everywhere we can see and we can perceive the unshakable will of self-determination. And this was also a mode of its manifestation for Poles, which led, for example, to an eruptive renewal of the long-forgotten legacy of the Solidarity movement. The legacy articulated in all-national spirit of genuine solidarity. Solidarity among us in our standing for Ukrainians. Józef Tischner, Polish philosopher, wrote that the best formula for solidarity is not that we stand together, but we stand together for them. So we stand together for Ukrainians. That was something beyond any expectations and predictions. I was really shocked and surprised by this movement. And indeed, it can open a completely new chapter of our uneasy and complex history. And in this sense, it has this potential, this power of possibilization of our realities. And another aspect, there are many aspects which can be mentioned here with regard to the category of possibility, but I would say that another very important and clearly visible aspect of this redefining reality is that finally we were able to defeat the ghost of postmodernism. Finally, we were able to reconfigure our discursive fields, to give back meanings to the words and values. The words which are foundational for our culture, but were perceived by many as being too pompous, over-exaggerated, and so on and so forth. Such words and values like human dignity, freedom, courage, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
All right, we have some time for questions, and thank you, Przemysław. is anyone willing to ask the first question? Nerijus, okay. Then I'll refrain for the moderator's privilege to ask first, please. No, I'll refrain from the privilege, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Przemek, for your talk. And you elaborated very well how the time of war affected a lot of different phenomena. And my question is, how then the war affected so-called everydayness, you know? Because, for example, Martin Heidegger, he told that everyday life is something like inauthentical, not authentical at all, but it's the first, let's say, field where we feel ourselves as living beings. So, and indeed, it's my concern, my bigger concern, how it affects not only values and ontological level, but how it affects everyday level, especially there where there is as if no quite clear signs of the war. For example, in Poland or in Lithuania, of course, I don't speak now about drones and other signs, but quite long time we lived as if it's somewhere else, not in our space.
This is a comment or a question?
No, it's a question. How do you think, and is it important for you how the condition of war affected the everydayness and everyday life?
Well, obviously, it depends. What do we mean by the possible ways of affecting everyday life? But basically my whole talk was about the first year war and about the first-hand experience, rise to the second experience of a second degree, as I described it. And the thing is that so many things among Poles were concentrated around these aspects, what we can do, how we can participate, how we can contribute in this or that way. If you are asking about some pragmatic aspects of that, whether we were preparing for a war, no, not at all.
But but I had in mind not pragmatic aspects, but let's say in Heideggerian view, the everyday is so-called das Man, yes? The person thinks about the war, how usually everybody thinks.
Okay. So in this sense, absolutely yes. This first month, I would even say a year, was something like, let's forget about anything. Let's forget about anything. Something really bad, something really dark is going on. Just, outside of our fences, just outside of our borders. So it means it is like as if it was here. And Nerijus, for a very long time, almost whole my life, I thought that in case of mine, this is a personal confession, that everything what was good in the history, if there was something good in the history of my people, was in the history. And then within hours and days, I experienced something like a miracle, a spontaneous renewal of solidarity movement. That was what was going on in Poland. And I believe in this sense, yes, it changed for some time. As you know quite well from Heidegger, we are losing das Man just for a while, and then we return. That's the sad truth. So yes, I would say that we left das Man but we left das Man for a while, and while doing this, we realize what is really important.
Okay, Mintautas has a question.
So thank you for your presentation, and I want to ask in direction of Nerijus' direction. Of course, it can be seen as a little bit comical. Please look from Heideggerian side. Please look from other authors. But I think, of course, in the field of phenomenology of war, there are a lot of things to do, to think about, and you presented very well this, how to say, dimension of empathy, what unites us, what makes this war our wars. But I started to think, and it's not a criticism, but simply I started to think about variety of experience because it's phenomenology. And what you think about such way? For example, if we start with Bernhard Waldenfels, you mentioned it, and also this notion of event, of trauma, of pathos, and there is such structure that after pathos, it not only constitute the sense, but also start to different times and different forms of normalization of the event. And I think one side, it would be what we feel as common war, but we live despite the fact in different times, different forms of normalization in diachronic, not in synchronic way, but more in diachronic. What do you think about this? It's only something what you left in background. Yes, okay.
Very interesting question. Thank you very much. The interesting thing is that I had also a passage about the experience as pathos, but for the sake of time, I skipped this. Let me tell you. Let me answer to your question in the following way. Obviously, there is no much sense in presenting an unified image as a kind of universal image of the universal experience of war. And first important thing here is that we have, in case of the perspective I presented, we have two components. The first component is the Ukrainian component. The second component is a Polish component. That's the first important point. The second important point, you are absolutely correct that within both of these components, you have the whole spectrum of how this war affects people. I know the examples of Poles who were, for example, burnt out because of too enthusiastic, too intensive help giving Ukrainian refugees. And they were so burnt out that they were fired from their works because they were not able to work. And I think about many Ukrainians who are suffering such a traumas from which they will probably never recover. So absolutely, you are absolutely correct. My perspective was rather kind of tentative and preliminary to think how we can and whether is it legitimate to think about someone else's war as our own, as if it were our own war. But you are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. I said in some passage, I devoted some passage to this intensive and extensive space-times. Those are, this could be the separate topic of the whole talk, or even whole book about the war, and how it was received and experienced both in Ukraine, in Lithuania, in Poland, and so on and so forth. I kind of, at the beginning, as a first of the meanings, in a kind of ridiculous way, presented those people in Poland who were really scared that in a couple of days Russian soldiers will be in Warsaw. Well, it is also an experience of war.
Okay, last question. Nerijus. Yeah, for me, just the last question then will be the moderator's privilege. You also have a question. We all have questions.
Always.
Future. So sorry, you will keep your privilege last question.
Keep your
And mine
privilege to yourself.
will be before the last. Still, I would like to raise the question about the same, about this distinction between everyday and non-everyday. And Sigmund Freud spoke about, you remember, about in the lectures about death. He said that there are totally different perception of the death in everyday and in the time of war, because in the everyday life the person perceives himself or herself as if he or she is immortal, and he just used this image of the chess and the table of the chess. When you try in everyday life to imagine your own death, you imagine it as if there is an empty table and you already lost, but you perceive it as if from outside. So it's that unconsciousness of being immortal. And at the same time, in the time of death, in the time of war, the death should be grasped and treated as if to be natural. So my question is, in Ukraine, I see how the war affected this perception of death. But do you see it in Poland or no? Or you think it's unconscious perception of immortality in Freud's sense?
Well, I would say that there were some signs of such a shift at the beginning of this full-scale war, but I don't think it affected us for a long time. So I don't think that there was a lasting change in the attitude.
Okay. Well, even though we have plenty of time, it's time for us to move on. I will leave my remarks to the closing discussion. Then thank you, Przemysław.
Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite Professor Agnė Narušytė from Vilnius Academy of Arts.
Thank you, Nerijus, for inviting me here to talk among colleagues who deal with the question of war. And when listening to Przemysław, I thought my presentation is kind of a continuation of what you said about this war as if it was our own. And I will talk about one artist, Darius Žiūra, who traveled to Ukraine in 2022 and 2023 and made 3 films, which he calls essays. He's a visual artist, he's not a filmmaker, so it's a kind of different context in which these films are discussed. I'm using some images from his films to say a few words about landscape photography and reportage of war. So when the full-scale invasion started, our media were overloaded with images of destroyed cities, which looked pretty much like this, variations of them, and they are horrifying. And actually, this made me kind of think about what photography does and cannot do in presenting the horror of war. So first of all, there is this tradition of landscape, which comes from painting and then into photography, and is related to the idea of sublime, discussed by Edmund Burke in the 18th century, which relates the kind of perception of sublime to pain that is felt through distance, to say it simply. So if there is no distance, then it is only terror, basically, is that idea. And I realized that these images of destroyed, burned, blackened cities representing death, they cannot be perceived in that way. Of course, Burke talked about images of nature, like mountains or the sea, not about war. But images of destroyed cities, they have something of that in them. Destroyed civilization, it's also something huge that destroys our mind. But I realized that images from Ukraine don't have that distance for us, even though the war is not happening here. But precisely the way that Przemysław told about us feeling that it's our war as well, this geographical distance is kind of shortened immediately, because yes, we all felt that war could happen here like in a week or something. And also in terms of time, there is also no distance because of this common experience of history, where we, from which we know how Russians deal with the countries that they occupy. We remember all that trauma, we discuss it, it's very alive in our memory. And also that distant past suddenly becomes a very, very possible future. And even those buildings that we see destroyed are very much like our own buildings. They were built during, under the same occupation, during the same kind of modernization, because we were part of the same Soviet Union. So there is no distance. You cannot see these images as in any way sublime or whatever. Also, there is this history of catastrophe tourism. It started with the inception of photography in the 19th century, when photographers traveled to places where some destruction happened because of war, and they used to bring images to people who just stayed at home safely, and they liked seeing those distant catastrophes. And somehow these images also from Ukraine, they just cannot be put into that category, although it is precisely this way that we used to view photographs of cities destroyed in the past wars, and also in some distant wars like Aleppo, for example. So we registered this change in our reaction to these landscapes of destruction. Yes, I just showed general views, but there are a lot of such images where we see what was really sacred, this division between public space and private space, and suddenly through this destruction, the private space is left open, and here it's very clearly that you can still see the remnants of everyday life. You can reconstruct the order of the everyday life that people led here. And so, yeah, it's open to our view, to inspection. And on the other hand, we can see how everything is mangled, chaos made out of it. And lots of photographs from inside as well, showing how this wall between private and public is destroyed, and also the chaos made out of order, out of memories, out of past lives is just rubble, rubbish, which is thrown out, should be thrown out in order to tidy it up. Also, one more discourse that I was thinking about was the one discussed by Susan Sontag in her famous book regarding the pain of others, which was published something like 20 years ago. And it's still very much a leading thesis in the history of photography, that although those photo reportage images from war zones are brought to us in order to warn us of the atrocities of war so that we could avoid it, so that we would learn compassion as well as fear and do everything in order to avoid future wars. And it was a policy after the First World War, which failed, and after the Second World War, it developed a bit better. And photography was always supplying images for that. But what Sontag said, that when we have more and more images of war, we become desensitized. We don't feel anything anymore, and it's just not working. And I realized we do feel that with these images from Ukraine, which were shocking at the beginning, and later when I saw exhibitions after exhibitions of photographs from this destruction of Ukrainian life, it was just it's not like you cannot take it anymore. It just becomes habitual, and you need something more. Susan Sontag's answer was that we need a story. We need to tell something about those people, about that context, in order to make our gaze and our consciousness stop at that image and perceive fully, because when you stop, you prolong the time of observation. When you stop, you can start feeling it again. And also, it was one of her main points, realize that you can know nothing about this war, which is happening elsewhere and where you are not participating in. So yes, in one way it's happening elsewhere and we are not participating in it, so it's not our war, and we have to make ourselves to feel it. On the other hand, it is as if our own war, and this feeling of sublime looking at landscapes is really forbidden, and also this touristic approach to images is forbidden. And one more aspect when looking at this, it's this feeling of the impossibility of everyday life. And what was, I will show a little bit of the first film by Darius, Žiūra. Yes, so that little bit that I showed, I hope you noticed somebody swinging on the swings. I cannot see if it's a child or somebody else, but in that left corner, and there are cars passing by. And with this, I want to tell that, at least for me, but I also have a feeling that for others was quite shocking after some weeks of terror that we were just concentrating on those images of horror from Ukraine, to discover that everyday life is going on there. And Darius Žiūra, when he traveled to Ukraine and filmed these 3 films, he very much showed this contrast and coexistence of everyday life with the situation of the catastrophe. And to talk about it, I kind of stopped at this quote from Michel Desserteau, that places are fragmentary and inward turning stories, pasts that others are not allowed to read, accumulated times that can be unfolded, but like stories held in reserve, remaining in an enigmatic state, symbolizations encysted in the pain or pleasure of the body. Why this quote? It's, I will open some landscape again. This quote to me is kind of strange in Desserteau because of its poetic feeling, and also because I know what else Desserteau and other philosophers have told us, and artists. Now I will talk about artists. When I look at landscapes, when I look at the war in Ukraine, I realize that this presence in your own place becomes suddenly important and new. And it really contrasts with the feeling of the first days of the war, when everybody was thinking of fleeing, buying flats in Spain, and also looking a bit back before the war. We were all so used to this globalization, to migration, nomadism. And if I think of artists who are now in their 30s or 40s, so a bit a younger generation of artists than me, and Žiūra, because Žiūra is like me, born in 67, I think, they already didn't think of themselves as belonging to a single identity. It was very visible in the visual art sphere that artists were presented as born there, then studied there, and then based here, and maybe next year based there. And in exhibitions, this identity was kind of sometimes even not mentioned. They are only names with their creative work, and they are detached. And how this relates to Desserteau, of course, artists also were reading Desserteau and other philosophers thinking in a similar way about difference, about the meaning of process, about not being attached to one place. If we remember, Desserteau said that only strategists have the place and the tactics don't have the place. They always are on the move. And contemporary artists are always on the move. They never stay in the same place. And so it seemed that the concept of land or earth, and in Lithuanian it's one word, žemė. To me, it's quite strange to speak about this in English because I'm talking about žemė, which is both the planet and the territory, and the territory that you have, and the territory could be used also to speak of your homeland as well. So this concept seemed like obsolete, something from the nationalist past that postmodernist theory and also all the studies that I had as I was a student and learned this discourse, how to participate in the discourse, it denied such concepts. It was unimportant, obsolete, and to speak about it is something strange. But what I felt while looking at those photographs and while seeing at the migration of Ukrainians who came also to Lithuania, and I was participating as well a little bit in it. I was registering those migrants, helping to sort out the documents. So at the beginning, there was a huge wave of people. And next time I went, there was almost nobody. Many of them started going home, and many people never left the place. And in the end, actually, it became clear that one thing, I mean, among other things, it's not the only thing, but one thing that Ukrainians are fighting for is the land, is their own land, because it comes out, it is difficult to still be a Ukrainian, or I can say Lithuanian, somewhere else. Although those artists manage to be, and they are fine and so on, as I'm saying, it's like in contradiction to what we lived in for at least 3 decades in Lithuania and I think in our region. And suddenly the land, the earth becomes something that you fight for and you give everything for, your life for. And so these 3 films of Darius Žiūra, although he didn't talk about them like that, he actually films in the way that you can see still images which could be represented by photographs. That's why I made a presentation of photographs, where he films landscapes, static landscapes, and people. And landscapes are people, they are together. People are embedded in their landscapes. And this is the man whose gasoline station, whose business was destroyed. And he talks about his business, how he built it from scratch and how it was destroyed by Russians. And also Žiūra is using his method that he has developed 25 years ago of 1-minute portraits. I will show some later, but he asks a person to stand in front of his camera for 1 minute and films that person without speaking. And he has done this in Lithuania. And actually what happens when you look at this still portrait of somebody who is static but obviously alive in front of the camera is rolling and the time is running. It's not a photograph. In his films, these people somehow tell much more about themselves, and it's what the artist says. This helps him to tell about these people more, to open them. Much more than if they spoke about it in words, because words make a story, it's linear, and it would occupy that minute. What could you tell about yourself in 1 minute, he asks. I mean, he asks me when I ask him, why do you film them like that? And when the person is silent, you create his story from multiple layers, multiple times, like past, present, future, and his face, his clothes, they all tell the story. But of course, here, the background or the landscape is also very important. But in this film, Žiūra combines that method of his own with another one, where he asks these people to talk.
Мене звати Оленка, мені 14 років, я живу в місті Бородянка. Моя найбільша мрія, як і у багатьох українців, це те, щоб перемогла Україна. Щоб ми жили в вільній, незалежній, цвітучій країні. Я дуже хочу бути щаслива в майбутньому, хочу побудувати класну, здорову сім'ю, хочу бути просто щаслива. Щоб в мене була робота мрії, від якої буду отримувати задоволення. Я дуже сподіваюся, що війна скоро закінчиться, і кожен зможе здійснити свою мрію.
So he changes his method, adding words. First he shows this open portrait of a person where you create everything, and then he, probably because he came to another country. He never did it in Lithuania, but in another country, he asks them to tell about themselves. I hope you if for those who didn't understand Ukrainian, she says that I would like to live in a free country, basically, and also she has dreams for her own future. And this whole first film, Borodyanka, which was made very soon after it was liberated from this first occupation by Russians, it was made in spring. Žiūra went in spring, and the mood of spring is everywhere, and all people are very hopeful. They are talking about victory, about how they are helping victory, and there are lots and lots of children there are also older people, but somehow this film abounds with children who have dreams. Well, the biggest dream of this boy is so that Putin died. And they are standing in this place where children play, and it has colors, as if this life is still beating here in this destroyed area. And with these children, with their colors, their talk, and their story, the artist creates a very powerful impression that this place has this expectation of the future, that these ruins are just temporary, everything will be rebuilt. And actually it was the major narrative of that time. After the first shock, we were all very hopeful that this war will very soon end with the victory of Ukraine. And Žiūra filmed this, hoping to come next time and film that victory. So yeah, a little bit more photographs. There's this boy who was playing this accordion very nicely. And then at the end, I will show again, there is this long shot where he just, so it's with sound, but then he is just traveling across the city with a camera without sound. And you can see how the camera moves from ruins to houses that stay completely intact and kind of protected from the war. But all these contrasts kind of come together into this hopeful image of spring. And with the people are there living their everyday lives, and it's all going to continue. It's obvious from this film. So this is without sound. It becomes this fluid story of the city that has the future. And yeah, I marked this house, which to me is like looking somebody hidden behind, and probably it's not their war as well. You know, the image talks like this. And I stopped at this place, for example, where we see these ruins, but the graffiti says not only Slava Ukraini, but also we want to live here. And this was to me this little bell. Yes, yeah, this is about the land. However ruined, whatever we experienced, we want to live here because it's ours, and nowhere else will be like that. Nowhere else we will feel at home. So there is another sense that kind of contradicts this history of idyllic landscapes, which used to be identified with nations' feelings, homeland. Every country has landscapes which represent their homeland, and people can easily identify. And usually they are very beautiful, very cozy. They represent safety, as if nothing could happen here. And this landscape, it's of course, everything has happened, and obviously could happen even more terrible things. But somehow this homeland, here it struck me, it doesn't have to be perfect and ideal. It's still very important, this notion of the land and the homeland. And when Žiūra is doing this long shot, is traveling across Borodyanka, people in the streets keep waving to him, so I've stopped one of those, made a photo, but they are not the single ones. Everybody who notices him, they are waving. People want to be filmed, shown. The camera is understood here as witness that will tell the world about Ukrainians, about the war, but also about the hope and about the hope of victory and life after victory. And now the next film, maybe I'll start it with the film itself. Not the whole film is like that, but the mood. It's of course the when Russians destroyed the Kakhovka Dam and water spread everywhere, destroyed houses, destroyed nature, birds, animals. It's an ecological catastrophe, and this is where these themes of ecology and war come together. Also in people's homes, even if their houses are intact, but the homes are blocked. And so Žiūra meets those people. He went, as I said, to Ukraine hoping to film victory. He was hoping, but this was just before the counter-offensive of Ukrainians. And this is the way that Russians actually stopped this, not stopped, but made it more difficult and basically stopped it from reaching the results that Ukrainians wanted to reach. So apart from major ecological catastrophe, and a lot of people died, and there were evacuations, also it thwarted the effort of war. And yeah, for example, talking about ecology, all these, it's fish fluttering, splashing in the mud. But Žiūra stays long enough to film how the water recedes and there is mud everywhere. And I'm not showing everything, just a few shots. And now the city looks normal. Lost world for those who don't understand. So it's a bit meaningful. And he meets people. He asks them again to pose for these 1-minute portraits, and they oblige. This time, there are no young people, just older people, middle-aged people. They have stayed. The younger people, it seems, they were moved from the disaster zone. And so, yeah, they are coping. Like this lady, she cannot get into her house, but the man who is behind her back is helping her when the water has receded. And she is telling about her little garden, how beautiful it was. She says, I grew everything myself, and it was just enough. Why they had to destroy it? And this garden, which is beautiful and just enough, but it is a simple garden, also represents that bit of the earth or land that one needs to protect, but also that doesn't have to be perfect or ideal to be loved and form the basis for our identity. And yeah, all those people tell, I want to get into my house. I want to see how it is. They are all left without kind of roots, but they are still staying in that place. They're still floating. And afterwards, work starts. Those people themselves are cleaning the streets. And actually from the conversations by the artist, it is clear that he's helping them. he's not only filming them, but he is then putting away the camera and helping them. So here they're washing the mud of the street. These guys that were filmed by Žiūra, he talked to them, they say how they hate communists and Russians, what they did to us, and so on. Conversations are like that. Conversations are no longer about the future, they are about what has happened, and Žiūra is showing the present, how people are dealing with the situation. And then he's again filming them, and for example, these guys, and he says, oh, the heroes of the day, because they have cleaned everything. And they ask, can we sit down? We are so exhausted. So he films them sitting with their dogs. And actually dogs are washed. So dogs are also participants in all the story. They are part of this land as well. There is some help from official authorities. Some people come who help as well, but it's mainly the people themselves taking care of that land. There are some performances as well. The same man poses in different costumes. And a survivor, the bottle, actually the artist says, oh, it's the hero, the survivor. And it's of course related to this question of to whom Crimea belongs. And the bottle also has not damaged, not broken, so that's why survivor, but it's all dirty with the mud, so it floated in this flood, which is not a cleansing flood like it would be in Christianity. It's a destruction, but still things survive, although lots are mangled, memories destroyed, and they enter a house where it's the only place you can see children. It's the photograph, and also children's things. So you can think whatever you want, whether those children died or whether they were evacuated to safety. It could be both, anything. And it's actually these few shots, very few shots with references to children, remind us that in the first film, it was mostly children talking about future. Here, it's people just sorting the situation out. By the way, not only birds are singing in the background, but in other shots you can hear bombing, very clear bombing. And then they start to take care of each other. I really love those shots, those ordinary guys just cleaning themselves, shaving. Somebody brings food to this man who is massaging his feet with a computer, and computer is playing music, of course. And then it ends with shots of, well, related to the river and the landscape again. It's the landscape that brought also, that was the means, the instrument, or actually a weapon used by Russians to fight against Ukraine. And then the last film, I will show the end of it at the end. It's the shortest. It's filmed in November near Kharkiv. It's to me like a no place, because it's it's a cemetery, but it's not like an old cemetery where there are memories, trees, hills, or whatever cemeteries we imagine. But it's an ever-expanding cemetery that is taking over the land. But the sound tells that it's by the highway, so that every day with its busyness passing by, it's always there. So this tragedy of death is always accompanied again with every day. And there are grave diggers, they're digging graves. So it's a simple action, of course. New graves are needed, war is going on. But what strikes me, it's how difficult it is to dig those holes. The artist shows the difficulty. The land is frozen. They have to hit it. And somehow, when I was thinking while watching the other films about sacrificing, yes, Patočka really could help here, I realized sacrificing your own body for the land. And then when the body has to be given back to the land somehow doesn't want to take it. That's the feeling from the film. It's the artist's interpretation. I mean, it's my interpretation of what the artist shows. And yeah, but they, of course, they force the earth, as humans always do. And then there are people who come to take care of it's the mother and her brother. And what also struck me, it's the same gestures of care of their child's body, like in the film in Kherson, where they were taking care of each other, these people, and thus making the link, which is part of the land. Here, they don't have the body anymore. It's under the ground. So they are arranging the flag, somehow making a gown around the photograph so that it would feel cozy in this cold. It's just also an interpretation. It's not what they say. They just say some everyday things like go there, do that, and then there are tears. But then there is a shot with this photograph beaten by the snow, and somehow the flag is protecting it. And the film is like that. It just shows those flags fluttering in the wind in the landscape that is not marked in any other way. And there is a sense that there is no story in it. There is no nothingness, that nothingness. I will definitely read Patočka afterwards because I was thinking how to deal with this, because the flag obviously gives that meaning to the situation, to this giving, to sacrificing of bodies to the land. But also you can feel the fragility of that as memory or as anything giving meaning to human life. So I will just show a little bit. So with this I end. To me, this last shot is just like a question without a definitive answer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Narušytė. We have time for a question. Przemysław. Yeah.
So, excuse me. I would have one. I don't know. I'm still not sure whether it will be a question or a comment, because you say that following Susan Sontag, you say that images at some point stop working properly. stop making an impression on us. And in our contemporary culture, this is somehow visible. We all experience that to this or that extent. On the other hand, I had some reservations, especially seeing this latest images you show in your presentation, and when you said that you made this reference to Patočka and to this experience of nothingness. Well, for me, the issue with these images was more about the excess of meaning rather than with the nothingness of meaning. I mean, this Ukrainian flags with different signs on them, this empty grave, this picture of this young, I suppose that was a young soldier. All of this were like huge stories. On the other hand, yes, there is this criticism inspired mainly by Susan Sontag, but quite recently in Journal I have a pleasure to run, Julia Suszycka, quite renowned Ukrainian scholar from the US, wrote relying on the memories of Stanisław Asiejew, his memories from the Izolacja, the concentration camp or the prison in Donetsk region during the first phase in Donetsk, during the first phase of the war, where he was tortured and experienced horrible things, dehumanized and so on and so forth. So she, while analyzing his work, she wrote something very important in my view, because she wrote that the problem we ascribe to images is not only about images, because it is also about narratives. We have so many narratives that we are desanitized with them. We are overwhelmed with them. And the value and the importance of the book by Asiejew, after so many concentration camps literature, Archipelago Gulag and so on and so forth, we have many in Polish, you have many in Ukraine, all this stuff is plenty of those. And the value of Asiejew's work was that it was very subtle and very delicate, very indirect in description of all these things which happened. So I'm not sure whether it is a comment or a question, but I think that there is something we should not give up with images. Images spoke like narratives, huge narratives. On the other hand, narratives can be very ineffective. And the second question, and I'm not sure whether that would be a question for you or to you, or maybe to our Ukrainian friends more, because I really like what you said about this insistence of people from, I don't remember which movie that was, about Kherson probably. Kherson.
Borodyanka or Kherson?
Yeah, I mean this, we want to live here, we want to stay here. Yeah. That was Borodyanka, okay, that was Borodyanka. And I was thinking, because I was thinking about this phrase, and this was really touching when this phrase was written just next to the phrase Slava Ukraini. And I was thinking about, because there is this, constant predicament of Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian people, that you were constantly being unrooted, that you were being constantly in the risk of losing your territories. So what is it emblematic about? Because on the other hand, there is something like this famous form of nationalism in a positive sense, typical, for example, for Belarusians, described in the best way by the word, I'm not sure how to translate it into English, but the Polish word for that is tutejszość, here-ness. We are from here regardless of what's going on. So my question, either to you or to our Ukrainian friends is it about this regaining, because of this dramatic history of being constantly unrooted? Maybe we are facing here a kind of a shift in thinking about ourselves as in terms of tutejszość.
Yes, thank you for your comments and questions, and I would like also to leave space for our Ukrainian colleagues to answer as well, but first I'll try myself. I really liked your question about and comment about images and narratives, because it's true, and if I was reading a text, probably I would have said a lot more things which I omitted because talking is like that, but I would never give up on images. I didn't want to say that. A very good point about narratives, that they also can be like repetitive and not make any impression on us anymore. And so here I would have to still look at Zonta and what she was saying as well, basically, that the narratives are powerful, at least the ones that she's talking about, are powerful when they have some indeterminacy in them, some contradiction, where you cannot just simply tell this and that and this, everything is clear, when something remains as a question. So to me, actually, this last image of the cemetery, maybe I didn't articulate it well, or maybe even I haven't thought it through well enough, because it's just the beginning of something that I'm writing. I haven't written the text yet. But that last image has it in it. It has this pessimism and disappointed that the victory has not been achieved yet, and there is death and death and death, and it's requiring more death, and there is no end in it. There is the whole mood of winter and all that cemetery. But also there are flags and the joyful colors, and yes, and there are things in it that kind of contradict that pessimism, but also there is that beating sound which I don't know how to interpret, but it really affects me really powerfully, and it connects that image to me with what is happening now in Lithuania, with all the political conflict, which could relate to what we talked about in conflicts, to conflicts in the social media and polarization of the country. And you could see that those fluttering flags of the cemetery spreading, and reaching us at some time. I really, when yesterday I was preparing, I really felt that, in every new situation, you feel something different from this image, which is very, very open, actually. So thank you for that comment. This allowed me to say, kind of elaborate more what I think about images. And the second question was about
whether you think it's this insistence on staying regardless of the damages in the land.
Yes.
Can mean something like that?
Yes.
Some kind of a shift in attitude towards what does it mean to be Ukrainian?
Yes, reclaiming the land. So, of course, about Ukrainians, our Ukrainian colleagues probably could answer, but this is a film by a Lithuanian who feels the same, and that's why I'm talking about it. I wouldn't dare to talk about Ukrainian artists creating something, but I know that in this way, Darius Žiūra also tells about the renewed feeling of the land, also probably reclaiming the land in Lithuania, because what we have been having for 35 years, it's very similar to Poland, as far as I know, this huge emigration, leaving the land, mass. Actually, one of my colleagues called it mass evacuation. And it's not like anybody said that openly or did any research, but I saw the numbers that in 2012, people started returning. In 2015, they started leaving again. And the date is not accidental, I think, because mass evacuation means we are evacuating our young from the country which is so close to Russia. And in 2014, we also felt it was our war, maybe not so acutely, but yes, young people were evacuated. So evacuation and migration means, okay, you can leave your land so that you could survive yourself. And of course, in this postmodern world, global and so on, individuality is important, and maybe the land is not important. But somehow lots of narratives about the war, I feel, and maybe I could write it more with more argument, that we are kind of regaining it against our will maybe, but it's becoming important. I know it in myself as well, and in people who stay, and also Darius Žiūra as an artist. Nobody forced him to go to Ukraine and film. He wanted to do it himself, and this way to contribute to the war and also to bring this material back to Lithuania and kind of convey these feelings and talk about them. So, and maybe our Ukrainian colleagues could talk on this question. Or you don't want to?
Works?
Yeah, it works.
Sorry, I missed the big part because I was taking for an interview to live radio, so I'm sorry.
I know.
Yeah. So first comment, the Susan Sontag is actually connected with Ukraine right now through his son, David Reef, who is now in Ukraine, and we traveled with him a lot, including to Kherson, and it's a very important and interesting connection. So follow what he's writing, and he's really spends lots of time in Ukraine right now. Second, the flags and the cemetery, it's really, I share this with you, it's really very, very profound image. We go to these places very often, and in every little town, in every little village you have this. And when you go to big cities like Kharkiv or especially Dnipro, you have this sea of flags, absolutely infinitude of graves. And of course at that time there is, I would say that there is this feeling that, and during the war you very openly feel this, that no death is private. So no death is personal. The death is no longer a personal affair because it obliges others. And this is the feeling all of us feel when these flags, and there is a very beautiful poem by Katarina Kalitko, our great poet, who compares these flags with the wings of birds. But I think this is a very important thing, is that the death is no longer personal because it obliges and imposes responsibility as well. But about roots, I might say that of course some people stay, some people leave. You're right, there is lots of migration, of course. But at the same time, it's amazing how, and we during our travel, we to the front lines, we met lots of situations when people go back to the ruins of their houses. And we have the friends in the destroyed villages to whom we come back, and they're literally living in the ruins, and they restore the houses gradually. And it's also amazing to go to places which were completely destroyed, like there is a village Moshchun near Kyiv that protected Kyiv, was really heroic village. And in some places there is not a single house which is stayed. And I recently came back there and I realized that, well, the majority of buildings were rebuilt. So people are rebuilding this. But at the same time, we have seen a lot of situations when people would, for example, care about their garden around the destroyed house, or care about their kind of planting. Some family was presenting us with cucumbers that they plant around the house which was destroyed. So it's really this coming back, and the whole philosophy of home
that is important to understand, very existential, I think. But very philosophical comments. And Hannah Arendt, which was here mentioned many times, will help. In The Origins of Totalitarianism, she says that totalitarianisms are, they are very strong, conquering people who are uprooted, who are unrooted, who lack roots. And this is, I think, it's a very interesting thought, because people become atomized and therefore more manipulated. So what happened is that this discourse of roots was given to the conservatives. I think it's very important for liberals to keep it, because the roots, having roots, doesn't mean that you have very kind of a straightforward, conservative, hierarchical structure. Roots are very diverse. The concept of rhizoma, which comes from Deleuze and Guattari, is very good. I mean, it's diversity, but in a sense, we are also have this botanic anthropology in a sense. We also plants. Humans are plants in a way. We also have roots. And well, it depends on which plant you are, but everybody chooses. But I feel myself as a kind of a plant, and I think it's not only about Ukrainians. I mean, it's important why, for example, I consider myself as a liberal, but why should I give this idea of roots to the far right? No, it's my feeling of being individual and having my ancestors and having this story going into the past. And I think this is why people really come back to very destroyed places. And yeah.
And I want to comment your question about here-ness or toteshi. I understand your question in this way, that it's a contradiction between the political nation, Ukraine or Poland or Lithuania, and this feeling that I'm living here, it's my place, it's my roots here. And it's contradiction, but I would say it's about my own experience. I think that for me personally, and probably for many people in Ukraine, this experience of war, of this tragedy, unite these two different feelings. Because, for example, as I returned from Germany, I lived there 2 years after my study at the university. I recognized that I visited in more big cities in Germany than in Ukraine. I was born in Kyiv, and I lived all my life in Kyiv. Probably I was 2 times or 3 times in Odessa, 2 times in Crimea, 2 times in Lviv, and 1 time in Donetsk. That's all. But during the war, we, with Volodya and our friends and with his wife, we were probably in 1,000 small villages, towns, and cities, and we feel these places as our own places. Yeah, it's a part of a big Ukraine, a big political space. And now I feel myself not as man from Kyiv. Yeah, do you understand? Yeah. And another very important experience. We were together in Donetsk region, or on the border between Donetsk and Dnipro region, near the front line with our military people. All of them were not from the western part or central part of Ukraine, but from the eastern part of Ukraine. And all of them were from the occupied territories. And they tell for us, we discuss for them that the people, especially on the front line, are tired, and what will be with our army, with our resistance. And they say to us the very, very understandable thing. They said, we haven't any choice. Our houses there, yeah. We should fight to the end, yeah. But at the same time, they fight to Ukraine because they understand that they can live in their houses only in Ukraine, not on the occupied territories. That's why this tragic and very painful experience of the war combined for us the feeling that I was born here, here's my roots, and that I'm part of the big political nation, Ukraine nation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Professor Narušytė. So, after the death of postmodernism, we're still here, and we continue with the last talk of our conference, and it's a great pleasure and honor to introduce Professor Nerijus Milerius, and the floor is yours. Afterwards, we have time for questions and discussion. I think it will just naturally be what is designated in the program as the closing discussion. So I don't see the need to separate the two. Again, synthesis and wholeness. So yeah, Professor Milerius, please.
Thank you, and thank you for staying so long. I imagine that it was a very long day. And it's very convenient for me to be the last speaker, because you already mentioned Michel de Certeau, Hannah Arendt, Susan Sontag, and some other philosophers to whom I live here in general. So I would try to short certain things of my presentation to tell something different. Another thing that indeed what I'm doing already several months, I am doing almost the same presentation, but adding something different, something more, or approaching the same subject from the different angle. So the title of my presentation is Philosophy of War as Philosophical Practice. And this title is very important for me. It's not philosophy of war as practical philosophy, but exactly it's philosophy of war as philosophical practice. And here I refer to Michel de Certeau. Agnė already told about him, about one aspect of his philosophy. So Michel de Certeau wrote books about everyday practices. And for me now, indeed, my dissertation, my PhD was on the everyday, but it was mostly theoretical thing. But now, for me, philosophy is certain kind of practice. And also what I'm doing, I'm doing films, mostly documentaries. And for me, filming as well is certain kind of practice. So philosophy is practice, filming is practice, and I'm telling and saying, and it's not joke, that philosophy is one leg and cinema is another. But not to speak too much in the beginning, I would like to show the first episode, and then I will proceed a little bit further.
Marina, sužeistu! Einam čia! Eik čia!
Jeigu yra daugiau atsako, nieko įmu gerai.
Kiek yra čia? Vienas!
Prasukukit, jeigu yra daugiau atsako, įmu pasiūlus, gerai?
Kas yra? Jau pats uždėjai turniketą. Kitą koją. Sveika? Pagajodo? Turiu ar ne?
Labai daug. Ar yra daugiau sužeistų? Kas girdit mane?
Čia, nėra. Vatoj.
Pageldėk, pavardėsi.
Jonai?
Pageldėk.
Jeigu tavo tos skiriamos.
Tam tikrai.
Nerim.
Volunteering in Ukraine and bringing cars and medicine to military medics, I met Mikhail from Kharkiv. He was a military man serving in tactical medicine. He was injured and now he is doing military training for medics. And indeed, I wanted to go to Kharkiv to shoot it, but this summer I called to him and he asked me, how do you know that I will come to Lithuania? So Lithuanian government organized this training of military medicine for Lithuanian medics, and of course you could recognize that it's not real war, but it's kind of training. And I had very great shots, indeed, from the aesthetical point of view, but now I'm almost sure that I will not use it in my film, because the final result will be a documentary film, but I will explain why I will not use it in my film. But this experience, of course, was very valuable for me as for philosopher, and I wanted to show you this episode not in the edited form, but in the form of raw material. I mean, if I would use it in my film, of course, I would edit it, removing shaking camera, some signs, using jump cuts in order to have quite nice image. But for me, as for philosopher, now this shot was important in its raw format. Why? Because from this shot I understand what means tactics and what means tactics in war especially. And there, returning back to Michel Desserteau, and Agnė already told us that Michel Desserteau, he differs tactic from strategy. So the strategic subject organizes the space from outside, and strategic subject owns the whole space and can control it. Whereas tactical subject is incorporated into the space, and the space is not him or her, his or her. And what tactical subject is always doing, he or she maneuvering in the space, trying to orient himself or herself in certain circumstances. So here, me as a filmmaker or cameraman, of course, I was put into some training situation. I was as if invisible for everyone because nobody should pay attention to the cameraman who films. At the same time, I was present in that field, and we saw how Mikhail just give me a sign to go a little bit away, and I still do not know what it means, because in that context, in that context, it had a double meaning. First, despite the fact that those grenades were, of course, artificial, but still it was a little bit dangerous, but not so much. Another reason could be that he didn't want me to show Lithuanian medics that he is on that place precisely, because what he did, he created a conflict situation, throwing grenades and just trying to look how Lithuanian medics would react to that fact, because indeed he was injured, as if injured in the neck. It was his real injury in Ukraine during the war. So in this training he pretended as if he was injured in the neck. He couldn't speak, so the only way to show his presence was throwing grenades. But Lithuanian medics, they were not sure if he is Ukrainian, that means our military person, soldier, or his enemy, because one of the signs to understand it, of course, it's not uniform, but just language, trying to speak who you are. I think that, unfortunately, Lithuanian medics didn't pass that examination, but it's their stuff. Why I will not use this in my film? Because after 4 days of the training, that was only culmination. After 4 days of training, I understood that I was in too safe position and in too strategic position. Training are designed by strategic subject. In this case, Mikhail was the strategist because he designed all the trainings, this final training with drones as well. And as I followed mostly him during those trainings, I was in that strategic position too. So for me, I felt myself as if I am in very controllable space, and that is why it was not indeed tactical space, speaking in terms of Michel Foucault, Michel de Certeau, and in terms of tactical military medicine. But still this kind of experience, there is experience of warscape, and here I should come back to the notion elaborated by Caroline Nordstrom, and I'm trying to elaborate on that notion during my visits to Ukraine. So, as we know, Caroline Nordstrom, she wrote the book in 1997 entitled Different Kind of War Story, and she criticized the understanding the war, and she criticized the presentation of the war and the discourse of the war. So why she did that? First, she said that usually the image of war is created by three types of specialists. Military people, of course, media journalists. Of course, in 1997, there were no TikTok and different images of the war battles from different sides. And the third, it's scientists, those who are studying war as a theoretical discipline. The main problem, according to Caroline Nordstrom, was that all this discourse treats war as if there are two opposite sides. First, it's combatants, of course, and then civilians. So you can tell about the war a lot of things through this opposition, but at the same time, the discourse is very limited. For example, we in Lithuania or in Poland, at least in Lithuania, what we are doing every morning, let's say, or every second day, but we listen to news or watching to news, trying to understand if something terrible happened in Ukraine. And usually we are reading how much people were killed, how much of drones attacked Ukraine, how much of them were just stuck, etc., etc. So this is indeed extremely important, but it's a statistic. It's a certain kind of statistic. And instead of that, Caroline Nordstrom introduced that concept of warscape, which should pay attention to all the possible practices of war. So me, even if I was dissatisfied by this shooting of tactical medicine, me shooting the tactical medicine in Lithuania already was part of the warscape. Everybody of us who are donating for Ukraine army, we are the part of the warscape. Even this former Minister of Culture who removed Ukrainian flags and who didn't know to whom Crimea belongs, he also is part of warscape. So different subjects, different persons can practice the warscape from different sides. And it's important to reveal this variety of experience. according to Carolyn Nordstrom. So now I would like to show you the second episode, and it's already from Ukraine, and of course everybody who was in Kyiv will recognize that space, but I will comment it later. Of course, it's the view to Maidan in Kyiv from the hotel Ukraine. So being in the hotel during the trips is quite everyday experience. It's not necessarily should be like that, but usually I'm bringing the car and staying for longer time for shooting, for filming. So for me, being in the hotel is quite everyday experience. And of course, I knew that phenomena that the military person who was killed could be commemorated in the Maidan because it's ceremony of commemoration. But for me, taking the rest in my bed in my room in the hotel was indeed quite unexpected thing. And what happened in this situation, of course, I can describe in my personal language, but I can use the language of Michel de Certeau as well. So in his second book, wrote with his disciples about the everyday and the everyday practices. De Certeau and his disciple, they are drawing the map of the everyday. So there is so-called intimate space, and intimate space is the space where time prevails over the space. Time prevails the space. Then there is social space where space prevails time. And in between there is neighborhood, the space of neighborhood, when time and space are in equal positions. It sounds quite abstract and general, but indeed it's very easy to understand it. For example, when I'm laying in my bed and having the rest, the space is very limited, but at the same time, I spend quite a lot of time in that space, whether I went to the bed for the night or just had a rest during daytime. That commemoration happened in the morning. So indeed, it was certain kind of intervention of social space into intimate space without any action from my side. I was just laying in the bed, and it was intervention of the war sign from the social space into my intimate space. And indeed, when I asked Przemek about the everyday, was everyday space in Poland was affected by the war, I had in mind such interventions, because in Ukraine I experienced a lot of situations like that, where social space intervened into so-called intimate space. And indeed, it could be this experience. It's emotionally radical, but has no radical consequences in bad sense. But there are interventions as bombings and shellings when people are in their kitchens, in their bedrooms, sleeping, eating, having breakfast or making love, and they are killed by bombs. So those are interventions which completely destroys the intimacy of everyday life in the sense of Michel de Certeau. And then the question is, should we speak about that more? And of course, you would ask, why such strange question? Of course, yes. But then we're returning back to Caroline Nordström, and she argued that science is speaking about the war, somehow missed the violence of war itself. So it's a very strange paradox that different scientists speaking about war don't want to speak about the violence of war in their proper terms. So there is certain kind, already established kind of terminology. They are using this terminology, and even when speaking about casualties, they didn't reveal the personal existential experience of very precise people in the war zones, in so-called warscapes. So what Caroline Nordström invited to do, she said that the violence of war should be returned back to the discourse of the war. It sounds a little bit tautological, but it's not tautological at all, because when she formulated her task in this way, she was attacked by different scholars trying to accuse her that she was fond of the violence and that she just presents the violence for the violence sake, that she is somehow affected by the B kind of movies, and etc., etc., etc. So for me, this discussion is very, very important. And there I think that why it's important to bring the violence into war discourse, because there are certain kind of gray zones or blind zones which somehow rest out of proper attention. And for example, now in Lithuania, I don't know, maybe in Poland as well, people usually speaking as if we Lithuanians or Polish or Latvians or Estonians are tired of war. So we tired of war, so how to why to speak about the war so much, etc., etc., etc. And I think that it's very dangerous position because the war can't be something which shouldn't be silenced. And in order to break this silence, sometimes you need quite radical actions and quite radical representations. Yeah, I will not speak now about Hannah Arendt and Zygmunt Bauman. I wanted to speak about that in the context of Holocaust, but I think that what is happening in Ukraine and what is happening when people are speaking about war, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, very similar to the question of the Holocaust. Why to speak about it? Why to speak about it? Maybe it's already time to speak about something totally positive. Yeah, I would like to speak about something very positive as well. But at the same time, in order to do that, you should, at least I think that I should give respect for people who experience this total violence. Okay, so now I will show you the last episode.
Все окей, ми розкінчимо, ну ці Vakhtang пишуть. Да. Болить. Вчиться там, де ми колони. Ми з ним поділили шукину, ми закінчимо. Ми вже закінчимо. Стріляв, да? Да. Ми закінчимо. Все, ми забрали його з плеча. Зараз ми все. Де ми є? Зараз підняємо місце на себе.
Okay, so there are thousands and thousands images which are more violent, of course, and I have filmed such images as well. People without this soldier is without arm. But I filmed a surgery operation of the heart, removing of the leg or the arm, and still, why for me exactly this image is important. Indeed, it's much longer. But I didn't want to torture you with quite long take. So why this is important for me? Yeah, I remember English filmmaker and theoretician Peter Watkins, who we know that he did the film War Game in 1965, devoted to the catastrophe, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But he did it in mockumentary way, pretending as if now this disaster is happening in United Kingdom, and BBC, who ordered that film, rejected it, and he removed to United States, and in 1966 he received the Oscar for that film. But much later, so Peter Watkins in one time lived in Lithuania, but also he reflected a lot on the status of the media as well. And in one of his articles, he wrote about a certain kind of format which prevails in all the types of media. It doesn't matter, should it be a feature film or TV emission, or we would say now Instagram reel, whatever. But there is a certain rhythm, there is certain duration of the takes. It shouldn't be too long. The expression of the editing should be very dynamic. If not, then the perceiver is switching to the other channel. So we can't sometimes stand such kind of images, not because they are not pleasant for us as a viewer, but because they are too long. So what means to be a tactical subject in this sort of way, in this position? It means to understand the place where you are, to understand called topos, from which you are practicing the space. There is even ban for such kind of images in media and journalism, as if it's unethical. But it's certain kind of paradox, because regulating certain expressions as if they are unethical, indeed those regulations and rules prevents us to understand the real violence and the real pain. Indeed, this episode was indeed very unpleasant for me. I was, of course, allowed to film by this patient and by the medics, but still it was unpleasant. I felt myself not okay. I felt myself very okay during surgery operations of the heart, of the legs, etc., etc. But that was unpleasant. And why? Because during quite long time, I established, even if we didn't communicate with this patient, we established certain kind of personal relationship, because he felt my presence. He didn't tell anything to me. He shouted on the doctors. That was anesthetical procedure without any anesthesia. He, as I said, he was without a hand, and it was just ordinary procedure for medics, but not ordinary for such persons as me. So now I already asked Laurynas how much of time I have. I will tell only a few words to finish. So for me, then, filming and philosophizing is also kind of awareness from what topos I'm doing that, from what topos I'm speaking, from what topos I'm shooting. And for me, as for Agnė, everyday experience is extremely important. So I understand that every day of time, in the time of war, is not repetition of the same as in peaceful time. Also, in the time of war, the everydayness is not stable and constant anymore. During the time of war, to be in this stable position is very dangerous. And you, as Desertos said, should maneuvering, should do different kinds of maneuvers to survive. Filming camera is also moving and maneuvering camera. And danger comes not only from the threat, which is non-everyday, it's certain kind of stereotype that every day is safe and non-every day is dangerous, but of course in the time of war the threat could come, and usually comes from everyday phenomena as well. And most common things and everyday phenomena in the time of war stand against the everyday itself. And here's the last example. Nancy Rees, the scientist Nancy Rees, who wrote the article Anthropology and the Everyday from Comfort to Terror, she analyzed how everyday phenomena and how everyday things they became extremely dangerous, how they received this reversal meaning, and she gave a lot of different examples. So it's only one example that in Argentina there is such a word as submarino. So submarino is traditional Argentina children threat consisting of chocolate bar slowly melting in the cup of warm milk. But this is also a word used by torches, and in torches language, submarina means holding a prisoner's head underwater in a toilet or bath tub filled with urine and fecalia. So it's just one example how common thing absolutely changes its proper meaning. And I understand that our friends Vakhtang and Volodymyr, who are constantly living in Ukraine, they're feeling this in a lot of different cases, and most probably all the time, because I felt myself, I appeared in different situations where just simple common things as simple civilian clothes became this kind of threat. And when familia could be very dangerous, then what you should do, you should establish yourself, and you should be attentive as tactical subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Milerius. Already a question from myself. What you mentioned about returning the understanding of the violence and the painfulness of war, and I think it really deeply connects to the questions of how our theoretical views shape our normativity. And the thing that you mentioned before was normativity, and thinking about what you said before, this warscapes versus this sort of classical analytical separation, combatants and civilians, etc. and how this classical separation doesn't work. And I think it doesn't work on a number of levels. First is this desensitivization towards the suffering of people who serve in the Ukrainian armed forces. Because, you know, how it's presented in the news, usually there was a bombing of city, it could be Dnipro, Kyiv, you know, Zaporizhia, or many other cities and towns. But it's usually only the focus on civilian casualties and civilian struggling, as if Ukrainian soldiers dying from Russian attacks and so on is normal and acceptable ethically or somehow theoretically acceptable. So this is one level. But another level, I think, also connects to what I would call the Russian art of war, is exactly not distinguishing between combatants and civilians, what we saw very, very acutely, especially in the first phase of the full-scale war. So I think this is also a big question, and I wonder to ask you, what were your reflections exactly between this connection of our theoretical frameworks to how they down the line connect us to certain normative thinking of what war is and what right and wrong in war is, etc.
I think that, of course, situation a little bit changed from the time when Carol Nordstrom wrote this book. And of course, now, the scientists are not so, I wouldn't say that primitive. No, but not primitive at all. But I mean that this framework from which social sciences usually speak about the war is not the same as in times of Caroline Nordstrom. And why? Because there are, the phenomena of war to some extent became closer to us, and even the academic who is working in the library or at home, can experience in different situations. So there are indeed a lot of different things. I think that sometimes you can be trapped in so-called personal experience as well. I mean, the very fact that somebody is participating in a war zone or certain kind of warscape, it doesn't mean that that person necessarily should have more knowledge or should be more conscious. And Susan Sontag, we talked about, wrote about telephotograph, but it's perfectly said about all kind of production of images. That in photography, she spoke about photography, but you should spoke about this concerning video and filming, cinema shooting, cinema making. That the person who is shooting, it's at the same time observer and participant. So you can switch, from one thing to another, and you can be in the middle of events, but feel yourself as if you are observer. So that is why I'm telling that situation changed, and those, and me as well, who are practicing warscape, it doesn't mean that all those persons necessarily have more knowledge and are more conscious than others. So the question is what you are doing with this. How do you practice it? Indeed, it's practical thing in Deserto sense of this word.
Thank you very much for this insight and opening up the discussion. I mean, if someone wants to react either to Professor Milerius' talk or connect it maybe to more general discussions in our conference, and sort of, I think it's time for reflections. Yes, Volodymyr, please.
So, thank you, Nerijus, for for what you're doing, because I understand, if I understand the motivation of this is basically, and it is very moral motivation, very strong, because what we kind of fed up from sometimes is this, so-called objective glance on us from the outside, and this language about the war, which is very abstract, like people are saying about, okay, this building is destroyed, this was an attack, and people are like talk about square kilometers, and all this removes the human position inside. And I think this is what you're trying to say. So a big gratitude for your courageous acts of coming to Ukraine and precisely doing this, because coming to Ukraine not always means that you go to the tactical position. Sometimes people say, okay, I come to Ukraine, but still they kind of continue to be objectifying and strategical because, well, for different reasons. But my kind of comment will be, I think this bringing back of violence into the language is a very good thing. But my point is that it's not the only thing that can be done. And it's interesting, I follow a lot of what soldiers themselves are doing in literature. And for various initiatives, various projects. And I understand that it's also important what people inside who are practicing it every day, what exactly they want to tell to the outside. And it's not always violence. I would say that even 10-20% of the text of the soldiers is talking about violence. People are talking about different things. Very often people are talking about the pain of distance with family, where people are talking about some aesthetics feeling of being not at home. People are talking about how they continue the normal life during this violence, etc. So I think that the point is not only to bringing violence back to the discourse is not the only way to talk about the war in a humane and very practical way. I think the major goal is to avoid banalities and abstract language, which basically objectifies the reality. But the way how you do it can be very different. What do you think about this?
Thank you very much for my comments. And indeed, as our conference is not broadcasted, so I can be quite sincere, the guy, so I'm bringing cars in the name of Foundation of Anesthesiologists and Reanimatologists of Lithuania. So they are collecting money or taking cars from Lithuanian hospitals, and then we are bringing it to Ukraine. So my friend of mine, medic anesthesiologist, said, indeed, I didn't see as much egoist, he meant foreigners, in Ukraine as now in wartime. Once he was very pessimistic, and he said that I feel myself as if all those people coming to solve their problems. Some man lost sense and meaning in their life. They are going to Ukraine. Some woman misses love. They are going to Ukraine, etc., etc. And I feel that, of course, it's danger for me myself. It shouldn't be the task in itself. It doesn't mean anything. Here, I totally agree with you. If I went there, it doesn't mean anything. The question is, what are you doing with this, and what message you have? So it's very dangerous thing, I think. And I would like to somehow to tell something opposite for you, but I can't, because I totally agree with you with the second question and second remark as well. And I already said that it's probably my third lecture about that from different perspectives. And in one of the lecture, I spoke about Elizabeth Sarlo, who distinguished between iconic images and transitional images. Iconic images is radical images of violence, etc., and transitional is everyday images. So if you show only iconic images, it doesn't work at all. You can show, violence, heroic events, one after another, and they annihilate themselves, and you didn't pay attention to them. So you need to have the so-called everyday. And that is why I understand those in the front line, or those who returned from the front line in the Ukraine, sometimes they don't want to speak about war at all. Or one of the former military persons told to me what was his dream in the front line. Just to sit on the closet in the toilet for 30 minutes. Not, perfect sex or wonderful, steak or something like that, but just to have time for himself in the toilet, which is very understandable. I quoted Michel de Certeau, so he wanted to have his just stable intimacy, and it could be very different things. And this is important as well, because I think that those experience of war indeed could annihilate themselves, and that is why it's very important to speak about what is most precious for people, and sometimes and very often is totally different things. For example, you of course know much better than me those military people who came back from the imprisonment, Russian imprisonment. Some of them, they speaking without any interruption. I was present in Lithuanian embassy, and there were 5 Ukrainian soldiers released from the Russian prison, and all of them supposed to have a talk, to give a talk, but the first of them took the floor, and he spoke for 30 minutes, and moderator, didn't want to somehow to break his language. And then I talked with the Ukrainian psychotherapist. She said, yes, I can understand what happened, he wants to put his own words in this suffering. But there are others who didn't speak at all about that. They rather speak, about love, about steak, even about toilet, but never about this tortures they experienced in Russian captivity. So I totally agree with you.
Final questions and comments. Anyone else would like to add something? Because we were late everywhere, but we will finish on time. So that's paradox of when philosophers deal with time. So any last questions or comments? If no, you still have approximately 5 seconds to raise your hand. If no, I would like to thank you all for your patience and perseverance today. I also like to say a special thanks to Nerijus Milerius, not only for his presentation, but also for bringing us all here together. and also to our dear colleagues from Ukraine, finding the time to come to Vilnius and share your ideas and thoughts. And this has been our conference on philosophy of and at war.
And also thank you to Przemysław Bursztyka from Poland. Thank you for coming, and thank you all Lithuanian participants, and also thank you Jonas, philosophy faculty, Mintautas Philosophy Institute, and everybody from philosophy faculty for helping and for doing this job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.